And he was telling me like, oh, I don't want to hear it because in here, we're killing each other, and I don't want to hear that they are people. So he just like the spirit is just not right now. So I was like, dang, I don't know what to tell him. I just said, to keep faith and just pray about it. That's all I could say.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm out here on the West Coast, right, and that's a big problem with the divide between Hispanics and blacks, right? Read Jeremiah 50 verse 33 real quick. It's a big problem out here because the so-called Hispanic people believe, hey, I'm not black, and black folk believe that Hispanic people are different from them. Meanwhile, we all in the prison together. So let's read this. Let's see what God said.
Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 33. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together.
Hey, the Bible tell you that the children of Judah, right, which is the tribes of Benjamin, so-called blacks in America, so-called West Indians, so-called Haitians, right, and Israel, which would be the Northern Kingdom, written about in the Bible, Hispanics, natives, they're the same. They would be oppressed together. That's why you find us all in the jail system. I'm here to tell the Hispanics, y'all black, right? So when you in the audience, if you're in the audience and you say and you reading the title, how does the black community self-sabotage? We making reference to y'all too, right? We all are self-sabotaging ourselves. In one way, it's definitely killing each other in the prison system, right? Or fighting against each other in these, 4 or 5 block radiuses, saying that we're not the same people. Definitely hurting us and stopping us from advancing. I don't know if any moderators want to comment on that. Now we'll move on. But yeah, 100%. I'm with you, sis. Let's go to LaDante.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I bet, man. Shalom, man. Hey, look, I just want to start off and say, man, I know this ain't no church testimony service and all that, but hey, I learned a lot from you guys, man. So, um, going off the different narrative, like, depending on where you at, and I think like from where you been scattered at, I think it's 50-50, man, because like the mentality of our people, like I was just having a discussion with a brother today, and his mentality was that he free and no one's holding him down because he got a house. You know what I'm saying? He was telling me he had like 80 some cars, and he got on his own business and he can, just roam about and do what he want to do. But I probably would have, I know I would have been thinking like him as far as the freedom gone and things like that, being free. But from learning from you guys and learning from the narrative, from the angle that you guys come at life, like the world view and shit, then I can kind of understand um why it would seem like we're against each other, because of, what I'm saying, how we sabotage each other. Because I had to explain to him history. He didn't really understand history. So not caring about history or who you are is, I think, a huge sabotage to our people too, because I was trying to explain that to him and he just simply didn't care. And I think people don't know what comes with knowing like who you are in the earth, you know what I'm saying, and how you should move through the earth, because you are this people, you know what I'm saying. It brings life into a different perspective to look in, and they not looking at it that way. They don't care because it's been so long ago and it's not affecting them immediately, like right now that they think, you know what I'm saying. And so that's what I think, man. It's 50-50. um the other side of that though is like when
Hey,
you
my
put in a
question for you.
situation to do something,
My
then
question for you though,
the
before you move on, real quick, is why
all right,
you
go
why
ahead,
you
go ahead,
think
bro.
why you think they don't care about history?
Well, because I think they don't really care about history or nationality. I'm gonna put them both together because he ain't care about none of them. You know what I'm saying? I think the reason why they don't really care about that is because they don't understand like the value of it, or like what it means, what comes behind it. You know what I'm saying? Or understanding history, like that, the fact that you was ruling and things like that. and that you had power and control. And I don't think they understand what it means to really exercise that type of power and mentality, to even care, to even try to rule ever again. So I think they just comfortable in the captivity, like you guys teach. Like, some of us made a covenant with death, and I think they actually enjoy the captivity. They don't even understand that they're oppressed. Like Rosa Parks, like Rosa said, like, I mean, Harriet Tubman, she freed a lot of people, but she could have freed a lot more if they actually knew they were slaves. People don't really get it, I think. That's why, you know.
Okay, okay. You had another point too.
All
I
the
didn't
other
want to
side
focus
of
on that.
that, yeah, was I think like when you put in a position like that, to be like self-sabotaging, then I mean I think the outcome is pretty obvious. That you gonna sabotage yourself for you to gain, right? You got to sabotage yourself for you to get up. In the way the society is kind of set up, the way the system is set up, in order for you to really gain, you actually really have. I mean, like I'm telling you, now I get this from you guys too, though. Like I said, I got a lot of information from y'all because I've been going to the church for like 30 some years. I play the drums at every church I ever went to, and like I ain't never, really heard the Bible come out the way you guys taught it, and it made a lot of sense. And a lot of my questions I even got to answer just by watching even the videos on YouTube, and I've been going to church for a long time. So it just made a lot of sense to me. So the other side of that, bro, is I think that when you put in a position to where it's systematically set up, and kind of like, I don't know, and legally and forcefully like set up, maybe, so to speak, um that is the outcome gonna be this, unless the people mind change, and the people mind ain't changing soon. At least not a lot of us. They don't even care that we going to war. He wasn't even worried about war. He just kept talking about whatever happened. It's God's will. That's all. Everybody just keeps saying, if I die, I die. They don't care about life or death, same like, so that's my other take on it, bro. But I ain't had
Mm.
no scriptures or nothing to back that up, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a gang of scriptures to go with that. But at the moment, reading the title, I'm just jumping in and stuff. It's about 1, 2 o'clock over here. Just jumping in here. So I ain't had no scriptures in them. I'm just getting in. But yeah, that's my take on.
No, all praises. Hey, any moderators want to comment on what the brother brought up? What you saying? Definitely is true, right? But the thing I guess I would ask you is, you know, at the end of the day, what you think is going to make a brother like that pay attention? What
Well,
you think it's going to take?
no lie though. No lie. We was going over the scriptures, whatever. He also told me that he don't believe in the Bible like that, but he do believe in God. You know what I'm saying? And then, I was just kind of, pinching him, squeezing him, and found out, well, wait a minute, who is your God? And he just kept saying, my God. I'm like, is your God the one that flooded the whole earth? And he was like, yeah, what I'm saying? Well, I'm like, dude, you talking about the God of the Bible then, right? So then I finally got it up out of him. Then I was kind of able to go through the scripts with him a little bit to kind of, hit him with the curses a little bit to show us, to kind of make him have an identity in there, to let him see that, hey, this stuff really only happened to us, like really, really, bro. Like, look, let's Google this and see if it happened to anybody else. Right? Let's Google this and that, and then it just kept on happening with the yokes around and everything. It just kept happening, and then he kind of had to leave, but I think it was a short conversation, about a half hour, but I got to see what because he a mechanic. This is how we met. This is my first time meeting him today. I just bought a Chevy Muller, which is a mobile home, and I needed some brakes and stuff, and everybody was recommending him. So then I went to him today, and then that's how we talk. I wind up riding with him for 4 hours before he even looked at my stuff, and just riding with him, getting to know him and talking to him. Then this is just how it went down. So I think what it'll take is, well, for some people will receive it. Some people won't. I guess it depends on how you come at him, how or not, because he kind of big, he kind of intimidating and stuff. Seemed like when he starts saying something, you know, he really mean what he says. Young fella, 36. I just learned all this information about him today. But I mean, it's cool, man. I gave it to him. It seemed like at the end he was taking it. He was busy guy. He was getting phone calls, mechanic. He wasn't doing no work because he was riding everybody around, doing everything else. But I was hitting him with the scriptures a little bit, running them through the curses, just trying to make him identify with the Bible, give him an identity in there. And at the end, he wasn't so, you know, I don't know the words. He wasn't so uh combative, maybe is the word. He wasn't so combative with what I was saying because, it was more along the lines like, well, yeah, bro. Well, all right, well, yeah, I give you that. You know what I'm saying? And after so many of them, then I think, hey, I kind of just let it sit on him, bro. I had to go. He had to go. But that's what I
Yeah.
think it'll take. That's what it took for me to hear the scriptures and hear the adverseness of the scriptures and the different
So one thing I want to call out, hold on, is
because
uh,
except the New Testament, and even I ain't know that really because I ain't really know the old one. So now I know the old one a little bit better. Now I understand that the New Testament, So
so this hey, welcome to the stage, Malachi Z2, real quick. But shalom, sir. One thing I want to call out is
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Most high God bless you, man of God.
sorry, Christ bless you, sir. So one thing I want to call out, right? The reason I asked that question, read Hosea 5:15, because sometimes it's gonna take this for our people, right? We keep self sabotaging ourselves. We're gonna get ourselves into a hole that we can't dig ourselves out of. That's what the Lord said. So we're gonna read it out the Bible.
Hosea chapter 5, verse 15. I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and
So
seek
God
my
said
face.
he was going to go and return to his place till we acknowledged that we had offended against God. So he's going to get into what it's going to take for us to acknowledge that offense, because some of us may say, hey man, we making all these mistakes, but there's no reason for me to turn back to God. God don't exist. I'm not going to follow that Bible, right? Just like the brother you making reference to. So he said he's going to go and return his place till we acknowledge our offense. Go ahead.
And seek my face.
Go ahead.
In their affliction, they will seek me early.
The first thing any of us right on here do, right? Brother might say I don't believe in God, but let something happen to him. Let his car get totaled. Let him get shot at. Let him lose his job. He gonna pray. He gonna call on God. So that conversation you have with him is planting a seed. But the Lord said, all right, well, he's not gonna acknowledge the fact that I exist and that he need to turn back to me. So the Lord got to jack our people up, unfortunately, right? So this self sabotage, we having this conversation, but a lot of it is going to lead, Lord willing, to lead some of our people back to the understanding, right? So when you plant that seed, don't look at it like, oh, he ain't never going to turn back. It's just like you said, it took you a minute, right? It took you a minute, and the Lord said, when I jack you up and you get afflicted, then you're going to acknowledge that you got to turn back to me. That makes
right,
sense,
I feel
Ladante?
that. Yes, sir. It make perfect sense, man. But one point though, he did have that kind of had me stuck a little bit though when I was explaining it to him was that the judgment that has to happen to the people that did this. But then when I read the curses and he was saying that the Most High actually, once he found out that the Most High actually, because I stressed that point too, the Most High actually sent them against us. Then I don't know, the Christianity or whatever kicks in right there at that point to where the blame can't go on the enemies now. Now the blame can't go on the enemies because we messed up and all this other stuff, and then God sent them against us. So now why they gotta get punished and why they can't go to the kingdom and why they, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And even though I brought up all the stuff that they done to us throughout history, you know what I'm saying? The tremendous things, it still wasn't enough to kind of crack through, at least I think at the moment, to kind of crack through for the Stockholm syndrome, man. And I think he
Mm,
even kind of admitted that he had it because I read him that definition too. And
mm.
I think he even admitted that he kind of had that. And you know what I'm saying? In a way, he understood the definition. He understood that he had that a little bit. But
Mm.
still,
So
I
his
don't know.
his pushback to you was, why can't the enemies be punished?
No, his pushback was, why do the enemies have to be punished? And why we can't all get along, and why do it have to be like a hierarchy, people on top, and why do we have to take it, why do we have to take the land back from them and stuff? It's just doing the same thing that the white man done to us and all this other stuff, and I'm just trying to say, hey, it's reversed now, but we was ruling at first, so it should be like it was at first. And he's
Mm.
like, nah, it's just too much bloodshed, and I don't think he really believed black folks was ruling, is the thing too. I couldn't really bring that history out. Only thing I could do was just talk about from what I heard you guys say. I couldn't really bring the sources out. And that's what kind of got me, you know what I'm saying? Not being able to bring out the source documents at the time that we in the heated conversation to actually sit them down and shut them up and, make him
Yeah,
produce
but
something now.
Hey,
You know,
hey, my brother.
yeah.
Hey, I hear what you're saying. How long you been listening to us?
Like like maybe 3.5, 4 years now.
You ever
Maybe
been
even
to a
longer than
school?
that. Maybe longer than that, bro.
Oh wow.
Probably like, yeah,
Did
maybe
you
like five
congregate with
years now.
us?
Yeah, I've been to a couple of schools. I've been to the Grand Rapids school, and I've been to the Detroit school a couple times. They
Okay.
just a little further from where I live because I stay in Lansing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, here's what you should do. You should not worry so much about getting teaching a brother. You should worry about being consistently going to the school because that's where you're gonna learn more. You can watch
Right,
the
right.
videos. You're only gonna get certain knowledge to a point. You must get in this body and do the work. You understand? That way you won't have
Okay.
to. You won't be getting caught up where I don't know where to find this source. Where do you find that source? You'll get a full understanding once you begin congregating and around the brothers for consistently. Okay? Because the way you're doing it now, you're watching videos, you're learning stuff, but you don't have the full understanding of some things, and then he kind of, you can't find the sources, so now he's like, boom, got him. Nah, don't worry about teaching nobody. You should worry about getting to the school, getting yourself right. You understand? Get yourself right. Then you go out and teach. If I could get a script, 2 Corinthians 10 and 4. Let me show you one quick script, brother.
Bet.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 4. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal.
So we cannot be carnal minded, right?
Right,
Trying to
right.
teach, trying to teach somebody without the full understanding, you could get tripped up in that. That would be considered carnal. Read on.
But mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds,
So we're commanded to pull down strongholds. Go ahead.
casting down imagination and every high thing that exalteth itself against the knowledge of God,
Uh huh.
and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.
So we all supposed to tear down those strongholds. They don't know their nationality. They think they black. We're not supposed to get vengeance. We are going to tear down all those strongholds, right? Those imaginations. But watch what the next verse says. Read.
And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience
And having in a mind, having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience. Watch this. Watch this next part now.
when your obedience is fulfilled.
Ah, you see that, brother? In order
Sling.
for us,
Felt that.
hold on. In order for us to apply verse 5, we must apply verse 6 first. When our obedience is fulfilled, Then we go out and teach and cast down imaginations and cast down strongholds. You understand that, brother?
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, I feel that, man. I feel that. While you was
All
over
right.
there talking, I heard something in my mind go swing. Like, oh man. All
Yes,
right.
sir. All praises.
All right.
And all praise to the Most High, man. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. Let's go to Ben Job. If
Shalom,
you good
shalom,
now.
shalom, shalom. Most High Christ bless.
I'm saying great bless. Go ahead. What's your thoughts on the
All right,
topic?
all right. Well, basically, I believe what we are is Proverbs 13:18. If you can get that one, because right now a lot of brothers are stuck in their own mind, their own ways because of Hosea 4:6, which is next. Um, because the way it is going right now, everybody seems to want to be, you know, all knowing, opposed to trying to get the understanding of who they are and why they're here. So, if it was cool, could that scripture be brought out? Proverbs 3:18.
Yeah, we'll read it for you real quick. Go ahead, Shaw.
Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 18. The tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is everyone that retaineth her.
Okay, that's what it is, because everybody is not really trying to retain nothing good, nothing about, nothing right, nothing different than what they're going through now. It's all about just really looking at what they're on. It's all good, as a brother said before, and they don't want to change. But the other behalf of it is everything becoming good. They don't want nothing good. It's all bad. It's all bad now, and that's what they're accepting. The devil is ruling this world, and they just want to hold on to that. But that is because of, as I said, this other verse I wanted to bring, because of Hosea 4:6. These people have no clue of what's going on, of the knowledge that they need, which are these scriptures, which are the only way that they're going to make it through this world, I believe.
All right. All right, all praises. That's you making a good point. One thing I want to go back to something Ladante said real quick too. Appreciate you, Ben Joe. One thing Ladante said was or Benjamin brought out, right? Like you need to go to the school yourself. So even in what you just said, Ben Joe, I think a big form of self sabotage is we every night we get on here, we got people who say, I've been listening to y'all for 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, but never been to a school. Right? That's self sabotage, right? Because if read Zephaniah 2:1 real quick. So, it's just a thought, right? But the it's a big problem to say, yo, the black community jacked up, but I'm gonna go to a school 8 years from now. Zephaniah 2:1.
Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1. Gather yourselves together. Yea,
That's what the
gather
scriptures say,
to,
right? Like, if you in here every night, the scriptures say, gather yourselves together. Go ahead.
yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
Go ahead. Read the next verse for me, Shah.
Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the chaff,
So before
before the
destruction comes, we're supposed to be gathering together, right? Before the day of the Lord's anger comes. But we'll come in here night after night, I'm saying, get on the stage, break down, our opinion on the topic, but we don't ever take action. That's self-sabotage on a huge level, because what I realize about a lot of our people is we might have the knowledge, right, Benjo? We might know, hey, I'm supposed to keep the law, I'm supposed to do this, I'm supposed
Yes,
to
sir.
do that. But then we
Mm-hmm.
sit there like it's the barbershop, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you meet
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of quote unquote OGs in our community who have wisdom to give you, right? Knowledge to give you, but then they sit around and talk about it. They never make action. They never take the necessary steps
Yeah,
to
you're
actually
right.
make the
You're right.
changes. So that's a
Yes, sir.
huge problem we got as a people, is to know the issue and not actually
Mm-hmm.
take no action towards fixing it. You know,
You're
so
right. You're correct.
no, that's that. I think that's a big thing we got to call out, right? Because I hear that every single night, right? Brothers and sisters come in here and we like, man, I'm an Israelite, I know I got to keep God's commandments. And then the question gets asked, how long? How long you been listening? Real quick, First Samuel 2 and 3. How long you been listening? Yo, 17
Right.
years I've been, since I was 3. I've been listening to biblical smoke, but I'm not gonna bust a move. All right. Read
Yeah.
First Samuel 2 and 3 real
Gotta
quick, child.
First Samuel chapter 2, verse 3. Talk no more so exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
At the end of the day, that's what the Lord looking for. He's looking for men and women that's gonna take action. Not the
Yes,
person
sir.
who gonna talk about what needs to be done, but actually not do it. So that's a big thing, man. If you listening, that's why we got this email at the top, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com to plug y'all in so you can start your journey to repentance, not for you to just come in here night after night and take no action, right? It's on every single individual to stop the self-sabotage, right? To say, you know what, I'm actually going to apply the laws of God. I'm not just going to be one that comes in here and listens night after night and take no action, you know? Um,
That's
Whiskers, can I
right.
ask you a question,
That's
please?
right.
oh man, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Y'all dealt
I
with y'all
mute
dealt
my
with
mic
T
for a
tonight,
second.
man. Did y'all
Huh?
deal with T tonight?
Who's that?
Uh-oh.
T T gonna come on with that voice and then she gonna start it off. So we can deal with it if we want to.
Wait. Is that the sister from last week who didn't acknowledge nothing we said out of the scriptures?
It's
I wanted to
she's
talk
That
to you,
that
Benjamin,
myself and
because
hold on, sis. That myself and Ao was dealing with. Is that the same sister?
yeah, she being here consistently. She get up on the stage. I don't know how she got up on here, but she get up on here and start the shenanigans, man. We call it like it is.
our solo brought me up.
Well, there is a queue anyway, so
Yeah, she in the back
that's
of
up
it.
to y'all if y'all want to deal with her. There's a queue.
All right, T, I come to you in a second. All right, I ain't gonna boot you. Maybe
Okay.
you sincere.
All right. Can I say one more thing,
Go
my
ahead,
brother?
Benjo.
All right. Yeah. I just like to add, you know, my granddaughter, she's a part of the LA camp, Nayara. I forgot about to mention that. That's why I'm just, I'm on my way, as I said, to Bakersfield where my nephew is. So, it's ain't look, I already know I'm on the move, and you know what I'm saying. I'm getting as fast as I possibly can. And to all the other brothers that's been listening, we need to get to every school, and it's one in every city, on every continent, every state. I'm on my way. I don't know what y'all waiting on. All the brothers and sisters, if you in here, I'm trying to tell you, y'all need to get it right, because the Lord is the light, and we are the salt. Basically, we the ones that you see everybody want to follow. They want to, be like. So let us be who we supposed to be. I mean, what's so hard about it? It's just a shame. The brothers on here, all these shows. I don't know why. If you watching TV, you need to cut that off, and you need to put on your YouTube or get IUIC TV, okay? And pay attention. Four Corners News, uh, Writing on the Wall, Shout Out Tuesday, um, a Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? Biblical Smoke, um, et cetera, et cetera. PSR. Come on, bro. It goes on and on and on. The questions are answered by you paying attention. Bottom line, all praise to the Most High. I mean, my mic.
All right, Benjo. Hey, Lord will you be in Bakersfield soon. All right, we'll move on. We're gonna go to I don't
Yes,
even
sir.
know what
Shalom.
Django. Django, what you got on the topic? T drop, man. T come back. We're gonna let you speak. Go ahead, Django.
Hey, Shalom, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh,
Shalom.
praise, yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding the topic, how does the black community self sabotage? I would say through religion. Religion is definitely sabotaging the black community. And I'll just speak on the main two, Christianity and Islam. For example, through the music, right, you got these rappers out here, that's degrading our women, black on black crime, with a cross around their neck, and they will go to church next Sunday, and the pastor will not, speak on it. As long as they got a cross around their neck and they come into church, it's okay, they're gonna make it. And another example regarding Islam, the Islamic faith, right? You got black Muslims out here doing the same thing, degrading our women through their music, black on black crime. But when they go to the mosque or Joe on Friday, the imam is not speaking about it. But let it
Mm.
be a Palestinian woman that's twerking on the background, or an Arab woman that's twerking on the background. That's when they're gonna address it. But when it's us, they don't really give a damn. So I'll just leave it there still.
So what you saying is Christianity is killing the black community.
Yeah, 120%.
Mm, mm. Hey man, I agree with you. Any moderators want to comment on that? Christianity and Islam. All right. Now we'll keep it moving. Thank you for your thoughts on the topic, Django. I agree 100%. Let's go to Miss Judah.
Shalom, can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Sound like you across the room.
No, no, I'm right here in front of my computer.
You sound low.
Can you-
You might have to leave and come right back, and and you might be good.
Okay.
Sound like sound like you talking through one of them cups, sis. Come back. We got you. Let you come back up. Let me see.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better. Trace, you here? Might just be me.
Nah, I barely hear her. Yeah, she low.
Oh, let me see. Yeah, everything should on my end seems okay. Can y'all still hear me or am I low?
You're a little low, but I can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I actually had to write some notes because I didn't want to forget what I wanted to say. But I guess the first thing that comes to mind is when I think about this topic is Psalm 73. If someone can read that for me, I wanted to get I think it's like verse 1 through 8.
Oh, you want to read the whole chapter, sis? Just make your point real quick.
Okay, so with that
We'll
with
read
this
we'll read some of it, but we don't want to read the whole chapter. What's your point with it though?
okay, so I guess how I feel about the whole topic is that as black people we were so oppressed that when we looked at other nations and their success, we desire to have what they have, and it's like
Hmm.
the more that they had, the more we wanted, and the further we turned away from God. And so, um, if you desire to be like other nations, eventually you're gonna want to do anything to get what they got. And so, you'll start mistreating your brothers and your sisters. You'll start disrespecting each other. You'll do anything to want to gain that power that the other nations have. And so I just feel like until we turn away from you know these idols and desiring to have what other people, these nations have, turning back to God, repenting, loving one another, I think we'll destroy the self-sabotaging mindset. And that's all I have.
Okay, so we could read some of it. I just don't want to read the entire thing for the sake
It's
of being long.
oh,
But
okay,
what
yeah,
you want?
28 verses, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I
I
know,
can
I
read.
know, I know. I like Psalm 73, so I know it's longer than that. But I'm just saying eight verses. You gotta give me the point. What's the point?
Yeah, yeah.
Where you want to start from? But I think
Um,
I agree with you. You know what I'm saying in that regard.
I guess we could start from verse 2, really, because verse
Oh, you just
2,
took you took a verse off. Trace, you hear this? She took a verse off. I said not the whole thing.
Hey, she said that's her point. She got to
She
get
said the
it.
whole thing on point. I need it all. I need to know. All right, man. We'll read it, man. We'll read it. Come on, sis. We'll read it.
No,
Peace.
you know what? Four through eight is really my point, but I guess one through two is basically saying that God was so good to us, that that's where it start off. So, verse 2 and 3 is saying, "I nearly stumbled, because I envied the wicked." And so my point with verses 1 and 2 was like, we didn't stumble, we practically just dropped the ball. We wanted all of these things, because we saw that they were being successful at getting away with, like, having all, violence and all these things that, were wicked. And so, that was kind of my point of 1 and 2. But verse 4 and 8 is really my main points.
All right, let's read those for.
Psalm chapter 73, verse 4. For there are no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Therefore pride compasseth them about as a chain. Violence covereth them as a garment. Their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than heart could wish. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak loftily.
Yeah, and so, I just feel like, once we turn away from those things and realize that, there's nothing, to gain in wanting, longing for those wicked things, and turning back to loving God and keeping His commandments and loving each other, I think we'll be okay. And that's all I have.
All right, all praise. Any moderators want to comment? All right, cool. We'll keep it moving.
Yeah, West
Real
Coast,
quick.
I got you real quick.
Go
Um,
ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, that same chapter. Let's read verse 19, and this is what we got to be mindful of. This is what we got to be mindful of when we're thinking about the wicked and all that they seem to have, all the blessings they seem to have right now in their kingdom that they're living in. Read verse 19 for me.
Verse 19. How are they brought into desolation, as in a moment? They are utterly consumed with terrors.
They are utterly consumed with terror. So we gotta always remember that. All right. So we see the wicked prospering right now. We see they glorying in our destruction and our oppression, and they're benefiting off of our backs like they have for centuries. But there is a God, all right, and that God is going to render judgment. All right, He's going to render judgment to the other nations. So when we remember that judgment is coming, that should help keep us in the way. All right, and remember, get also Ecclesiastes chapter 8. You know what I want? I think it's verse 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily. Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
Because judgment doesn't come immediately sometimes when we go off and we follow and envy the wicked, right? But if it did, we would think twice about sinning against our God. All right.
Hey, that's
Agree.
that's a heavy
Agree.
point. I think
Agree.
I think what's interesting about it too is Christianity pumps prosperity gospel, right? So the focus gets put back there, right, on money and things, right? It doesn't teach you to not value that. It teaches you that, hey, you got to be like the people that oppress you. So y'all got to come out that Christian church, right? I think a brother mentioned that earlier, but it ain't helping you to get out of that mindset. It's kind of pushing you further and further into it, to desire things instead of desiring to be godly. Who we got next? We got Aaliyah.
Shalom.
Yeah, shalom, sis.
Okay. I remember when I was 8 years old. I used to go to church with my auntie, and she died, and we moved. And my mother didn't go to church, but I wanted to because I just always felt like we should be good to one another, be kind to one another, and not fight in all these things that we do. And I remember going to this church. I wore dresses, and I went to this church, and the pastor says, come as you are. We don't have to do, you know, things because the law's been done away with. And I guess that's when I started doing, different things that I was that I didn't normally do. And then, but well, I
Just
stopped
just
going
so
to
I
that.
understand, you saying when the pastor told you you ain't had to keep no laws, you said, "Oh, it's a free. I'm good to go.
Well,
Time for me to
I
go off."
was 8. I was
Yeah, I
8.
understand. I'm just asking that question. Did it open up the
Yeah.
floodgates to sin?
Well, yeah, it did. It didn't open it all the way because I was the kid, and I believed in respecting my parents. I always wanted to do what I was supposed to do and please them, and not give them any heartache. But I stopped going to that church. I guess probably that was part of the issue, that it didn't sit well with me to do things that I knew was wrong, you know, because I felt like no matter what, you know, God sees us. And so now I have a guilty conscience, when I do something wrong and I know it's wrong, And so I quit going to that church. But later on in my life, because I always wanted God, I wanted to know and do what was right, you know. And so later on, that urge just really hit me, and so I started going to a Baptist church. So then I had a fallout with one of the members, and I went to the pastor, because I thought that the pastor would sit us down, and go over what was right, and and make it right. But then the pastor said something like, if these walls could talk, like he just didn't have no answers and no help for me. So then I quit going to that church. But later on in my life, I found IUIC, and so I know that's the real deal right there. But I just really feel like the church is you know um part of our self-sabotage, because they don't teach us the laws.
Hey, a lot of these pastors are idiots, man. He said if these walls could talk,
Right.
that's how you resolve the conflict.
He did resolve it, you know and so I stopped going because I just felt like he was just dead wrong, and if that's how he was going to be, then why should I be there?
Mm, mm. Hey, any moderators want to comment on that? If these walls could talk, that's how you fix a problem. Uh, real quick, Ezekiel 22 and 26.
Ezekiel chapter 22, verse 26.
I think that's what I
Her,
want. Yep, there you go. Go ahead.
her priests have violated my law and have profaned mine holy things. They have put no difference between the holy and profane. Neither have they showed difference between the unclean and the clean,
Right,
and
so
have
that's what
hid.
a pastor or a priest supposed to show you. the difference between something that is unlawful and what was lawful. He's supposed to sit down and say, fix this, don't do this. It's a big part of the issue, man. Brothers keep bringing up Christianity, sisters bringing up Christianity. So, to hear he said, if these walls could talk, it's like that. That don't give you no clarity whatsoever. Go ahead, Shah, finish it out.
And have hid their eyes from my Sabbaths, and I am profaned among them.
Right. So they cannot show our people guidance. So that's a big issue, right? Because if you tell a little kid, they say, hey, what's wrong, what's right, and you just tell them, hey, man, the Lord will reveal it in due time. They might continue in evil.
Right.
That's why it's heavy for you to say that at 8. um he basically told you, hey, the law, the law's done away with. That opens it up. That gives you the idea that at this point from this point forward, I could do whatever I want to do, right?
Right. Yep.
That's a huge problem. Go ahead, Benjamin. I see you came on mute. If you had anything, my bad. But yeah, that's a big issue, right? The pastors have created this environment that allows our people to sin after sin after sin, right? Like the scriptures say,
Mm-hmm.
add sin unto sin. Read that for me real quick, Shah. You know what I want? If not, I'll look for it.
Yes, sir. One second.
Yeah, because that's a huge issue, right? If you tell somebody, yo, you could do that, you could now break the laws. The laws are done away with. You create an environment where there's no rules.
Right.
There's no rules. Yeah, you in this church, and I need you to sit down in this pew, but you can do whatever you want. When you leave here, if you want to listen to your parents, go ahead. If you don't want to, don't listen to them. God said the laws are done away with. If you want to be a thief, be a thief. Right? Ain't really no rule. Right? Go ahead, read that, Shah.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 5. Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin.
We supposed to be afraid to add a sin on top of a sin. But our people ain't got no fear. Right? We
Right.
we think, hey, I go to church, I do whatever I want to do. I just keep doing whatever I want to do, and then when the Lord comes, he gonna take me with him, and he gonna give me mercy. But we
Right.
gotta start
Hey,
to
Creflo.
understand. Yeah,
Hey,
go ahead,
West
Benjamin.
Coast. It's crazy. Even in the church has rules. You can't just sit
Mm.
where you want to. You can't sit in the pastor's seat. You can't sit in the deacon's seat. You know what I'm saying? You can't be on the choir when you want. They have rules and laws in there too.
Man,
So it goes to the hypocrisy of it all. Yeah, you got rules in your building, but when it comes to the laws of God, they say, nah, we ain't doing those. It makes no damn sense.
Right.
they pick and choose. You know, that's why
Mm.
people so confused. It's like, hey, once the pastor show you that behavior to pick and choose, you take that and apply it to life. But
Right.
the Lord said, be disciplined. That's the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is discipline, is structure and order. It's not just do whatever the hell you want and be good. But that's a great point, Benjamin. You're right. You can't sit where you want. You gotta meet certain criteria. I heard the other day, you in certain churches, you sit in a certain place depending on how much tithes you give. Ridiculous. But even that,
Hey, in Creflo's church, he has all those big money spenders sit up front, right with his security. That's why the poor people up top. You got the rich folks down below sitting next to Creflo. I mean, sitting close to Creflo. I would say the first couple rows. You know, so can and you got you uh,
you in the matrix, Benjamin. We hearing you though. We was hearing you though.
can't do that. They got rules and laws,
I said you
huh?
was in the matrix for a second. We heard up until he had him sitting in the front.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, can you just go and sit and replace his security and sit in the front row? No, because they got rules and laws in that church. In my mic.
Nah, all praises. You 100% on point. Man, yeah,
And
exactly.
can I
Go
say
ahead,
one
Ali.
more thing? I was a tither, and the pastor one Sunday says, You know, I want everybody that pays tithes to stand up. And I thought that was wrong. Like, what was the purpose? But I just thought that wasn't a good thing.
Yeah, the reason he wanted everybody to stand up so he could put that guilt on the rest of the people. That's
Mm,
what that was about, right?
mm,
It's the same thing the Pharisees did in the New Testament with the people, right? They would make the people feel bad for not giving into their will. So hey, if I make everybody stand up, that's giving them tithes out, the ones that's sitting down, they gonna be like, damn, I got to get that 10%. I got to figure out how to
right,
get that 10%. You gonna feel some sort of need to fit in, right? Because at that point they make you feel like an outcast. So when you stood up, if there was somebody on your left or your right that wasn't giving their 10%, or they felt horrible if they in the church for their whole life. That's
right.
why a pastor do something like that, because they evil as hell. That's
Mm,
that's the intent behind it, right? So you're 100% on point. It's definitely wicked, definitely wicked.
right.
Any moderators want to comment on that? All right, we'll keep it pushing. T, you back on stage? Thank you, Aaliyah.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your input. T back. You jumping in and out of here. I wanted to see if you were back on stage. If not, hey, raise your hands up if y'all want to come on the stage. Right. The topic is, how does the black community self sabotage? Right. Any moderators want to comment on the topic?
Hey,
What-
I just want to say one thing, real quick about these holidays. Man, I had my cousin from Oklahoma City is up here with his wife and whatnot. They quote went to a church this past Sunday, and so I
Yep.
asked her. I was like, what did you learn? You know what I mean? I said, can you remember any scriptures? What did they tell you, or did he give you one of his stories? She said, um, nope, he didn't. He just gave us a story. I said, see. I said, because when I have y'all in class, she's like, what do they talk about? I said, they talk about the Bible. They give you scripture. They explain it and things like that. She literally said, like, man, I ain't never heard nobody do it like that. I mean, really break it down, because we can't even ask the people in church no questions with no clear understanding. I was like, oh, okay, all right. So that basically confirmed it for me, which I also kind of let her know, and my cousin, which is her husband. Like, man, bro, that's why I try to tell y'all, do not deal with these churches, and that's what it is. Also, everybody is really knowing about. Everybody is going to these damn synagogues of Satan and not even getting it, that they taking your money, they telling you lies, they got us all in these areas, but the bottom line is just getting back to the commandments, laws, and statutes, and that's just the basis. And it's just kind of hard dealing with, what I'm saying, the community with everything, with their train of thought on what they have it as, but the peaceful way to go about it for me, which I ain't had no problem since I've been dealing and looking at all y'all, y'all, man, just giving me all this goodness. I ain't really had no problems at all. And so it will be an easy take to say everybody just need to get to the school and get in these scriptures and know that this book is about them. You know what I mean?
So
And once that,
so Benjo, the
yes, sir.
the you know the biggest example you set is three actions,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
And that
Yes, sir.
that's what Benjamin was getting at earlier when he was talking. Um, it's one thing to say it to people; it's another thing to live out what you're
Follow suit
talking
with
about.
it. Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
know.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah. So yeah, soon come. Soon come. You will
All
see me. You will see
right,
me. Yes, sir.
all right. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. All right, we gonna move to T. I hear you
All
though.
right.
Let's go to T. T, you there? I see you coming off mute, going on mute.
Nah, my bad. I'm trying to get off.
Nah, not you. I'm talking to T. All right, we'll move on. Let's go to uncut. You back again.
Yeah, I want to tell you what I learned in church. You ready for this? Or you gonna move me down like all the ways once I start getting you cut?
Man, every time you come on here, you start with the "we gonna kick you off," man. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I asked you what you got.
I'm ready. I'm ready, but we're gonna see how long it lasts before I get you cut and then you start moving the
Hey, my,
goalposts
my
and
question to you is how many burner accounts you got? That's what I want to know.
okay.
7? Go ahead. Answer. Go ahead. I'm listening. What you learned in the church?
He gone.
Yep, there you go. Somebody said get him out of here. Straight shenanigans. I was listening. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to hear shenanigans. I'm like, my man coming here every single night. I would think he got something better to do. Trace, would you follow around a group you don't agree with every single night of your life? Just curious.
Only if I'm bored out my mind and have nothing else to do.
That it got to be that, right? It got to be something, man. Like brother need a hug, need some type of priorities. What's up? I see we got a few people wanting to come up. Let me get y'all on stage real quick, and then let me plug the room. Uh, so the topic is understood. All right. So the topic is how does the black community self sabotage? Right. Remember, you can email us biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Our email is up at the top, right? Pinned for y'all to reach out to us. We'll send you that free beginner booklet, so we can answer any questions y'all have and send you that booklet so you get started on your journey to repentance. Right. So definitely send us an email. You can follow us on all social media platforms at Biblical Smoke. Any moderators want to comment on the topic before I go to Zion? Anybody got anything they want to bring out? All right, let's go to Zion.
Hello. So,
All right.
my thoughts on the topic are people let's see, they self-sabotage because our people are already destroyed, and we want change, but we won't change. So, when you all are out there doing the mighty work of the Lord, our people are rejecting that. They need to be taught this is the way, walk ye in it. And sin is pleasurable, and there's no discipline in our communities, so our people are not willing to turn away from that sin. So that is the greatest reason why our people self-sabotage.
Mm. Because of the pleasure of sin.
Absolutely. We have enemies, and our enemies, they're not going to teach us a way that's going to go well for us. They're going to teach us in a way that's going to make life comfortable for them and keep us down at the bottom. And our people have fallen into many different traps and snares through the music, through the TV. We understand that when we train up our children the way that they're supposed to go, when they get older, they won't depart from it. And our enemies understand that too. So we're letting the world, which was given to the hands of the wicked, raise our children. So this self-sabotage, it comes from generation of destruction, and it comes from our people not wanting to put in the work to to make change within our communities.
Mm. Okay, I hear you, sis. Any moderators want to comment on what the sister just said? Yeah, I definitely think there's a sense of comfort in evil, right? So I agree with you on that point. Let's go to turn it out.
Hey, how y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Turn it
I
out, bro.
agree with everything the sister said. First and foremost, one of the biggest things I think Black people do to self sabotage is we covet money. I think we've been taught to covet money as like if you get a certain amount of money or something, you can have freedom. freedom, or you're free of a oppression that has been placed upon you. It's either the lack of money or the want of money that black people do everything. We sell drugs, we pimp, black people kill each other. Even the churches are a business. All of the systems in the educational system is a business, and it's all about money. I think realistically, when you get to the root of it, the love of money is the root of all evil with our people, and the thought process of that if I just make enough money, or if I steal, or if I kill, or if I sell drugs to my community, or if I pimp out my own people, or if, like for the females, if I get naked and have an OnlyFans so I can make some money, or if I rap and say lyrics that destroys my community so I can make some money. It all comes down to the root of money for me. And that's how we self-sabotage. We've been taught that money is more important than the laws of God, or having a relationship with God, and letting go of the worldly things, and that this stuff don't really matter, and a piece of paper is something that a man created, and
You're in
he
the Matrix.
gave value to, and it really, my bad. Hello, can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
hear you again.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say the piece of paper that somebody created has no value in the totality of spiritual life. So I think we've been destroyed by that.
Yeah, I think that that's a heavy point you're making. Any moderators want to elaborate on that or go into that a little bit?
Hey, turn when we get the money, what we do with it?
Uh, I'd say we don't help our communities. We don't give back. We spend it on things that don't matter, or we try to buy items that we feel gives us value.
You think we try to impress people that we don't know? We try to
100% fact. 100% fact.
impress people we don't like, right? All of that comes from an insecurity that we have as a people, and that goes back to the image that was put in the minds of our people by our oppressors. You have you ever read? Are you familiar with the Willie Lynch letter?
I've heard of them, but I'm not familiar with everything about them. If you want to enlighten me on something.
Okay, yes, sir. So, when you get a chance, you want to look into getting the Willie Lynch letter. It's a detailed letter um, that goes into how the white man made a slave, a perfect slave, and he called it basic economics. And you take the black man and you break him in front of his family to the point where he's no longer looked at as a power figure within the home, and the woman is made to be the 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 head of the household, the the one that needs to protect the children, the one that needs to protect the family, right? And the man is made to look weak. The man is esteemed really to be nothing. And when you read this book, it's going to paint the picture for you on how our future from then on out was prophesied to happen way back then, from that very time, the making of a slave. We still are living the effects of that today. I really want you to get that book, and I want you to look into reading it. It's real cheap too. It's like $10.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say that sounds exactly like where we at right now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if you want to bring it out, I think Shy got it.
You got a shot.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On role reversal.
The Willie Lynch letter.
Yes, sir. For the role reversal. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought you said what verse. Yeah, go ahead and read
No.
it.
So this is the Willie Lynch letter, page 18. We have reversed the relationships In her natural uncivilized state, she would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized nigger male.
So we talking about the woman here, the woman, the black woman, not just any woman, right? The woman who has been sabotaged, right? Read on.
And she would have a limited protective dependency toward her independent male offspring and would raise female offspring to be dependent like her.
This is as a result of the destruction of the black male. Come on.
Nature had provided for this type of balance. We reverse nature by burning and pulling one civilized nigger apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death,
So you
all
gotta
in her.
imagine this. You gotta imagine a black man that has ropes tied to both of his hands, ropes tied to his feet, and at the other end of all four of those ropes is horses. And then you light the horse tail on fire, and the horses run apart, and they pull that man apart in front of his family. That's what he's reading right now. Come on.
All in her presence. By her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state
Because
to a
at one point in her mind, she believed that this man could protect her, right? But that whole psychology is being destroyed right before her eyes. Read on.
in this frozen psychological state of independence. She will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles.
So now she's raising her son to be docile, to be compliant, right? To just listen and to obey, right? And not to speak up, not to voice his opinion, not to call out things when they're wrong, right? Just be strong and do the heavy lifting. Come on.
For fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong.
Was that
Because she
it?
has there's one more for the female being raised
Okay, go
independently.
ahead.
Because she has become psychologically independent, she will train her female offspring to be psychologically independent as well.
So
What
now
have
we
you
talking
got?
about the woman. This is what she's gonna do for her daughter. And mind you, that daughter is gonna have children. She's gonna grow up and have children, and then her children are gonna have children, and this is just a perpetuated cycle embedded within our DNA. As a result, we sabotage today, but way back when is when this destruction is when it started. Read on.
That's it on that, sir.
All praises, all praises. You came through the clutch on that. All praises. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to thank y'all for the knowledge that y'all spreading, man. You know, knowledge ain't free for the most part, but you guys, y'all do so much to learn this stuff and to give it to the people for free, and like y'all not asking for the tithes like the churches do. And man, this is very valuable, and I hope people are taking heed to the things y'all teaching because I am, and I just want to thank y'all, brothers.
All praise to the Most High.
Hey, all praises. What city you in, turn?
Oh, I'm in San Francisco.
Okay. All right. You hit us up? You been to the school?
Now I met some of the brothers and I got a pamphlet. I haven't sent the email yet though, but yeah, I met some of the brothers out in Oakland when I was at one of the first
Okay.
Fridays. Yeah, I saw someone who was talking to him, chopping it up with him a little bit. But
All right, man. Remember what we said earlier, man. It's
yeah, I definitely
you
want to
know,
check it out though, because
all right. You know what I'm saying? The we got a location in Sac. You got a way to get to Sac?
yeah, it's like about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar. So you got the email up at the top, right? This information. This is just the tip of the iceberg, right? As Benjamin was bringing out earlier, it's difficult to go into to everything that you may be dealing with or every single situation, even on here. So don't delay, right? Read that, shot, make haste. I think again, this is a big part of the self sabotage. Like we could listen, but it's time for us to take action. You know what I'm saying it's time for us to take action. So we bringing this out not just for it to be on Clubhouse and for you to get on your phone. It's time for us to get up out of our houses and make moves and change the community that we talking about. Go ahead, Shaw.
Psalm chapter 119, verse 60. I made haste and delayed not to keep thy commandments.
And see what the Bible say? It said, I made haste. So you hearing it, but now it's time to make that move. If it's an hour and a half in the way, man, an hour and a half away, that ain't nothing but a hop, skip, and a jump. Jump in the car and get over there, right? Send that email so that you could be an example, right? So you could actually be that brother that's about change. Because it's one thing to learn, it's another thing to start taking that action and show people the direction they need to go in, right? So make haste.
Yes, sir. Got you.
All right,
And
one
I
one
just
last.
want to say
Go ahead, turn.
I stopped celebrating these holidays, or I like how the man said the holidays. I haven't celebrated the past holidays this whole year, so just one thing that I'm putting into practice now.
All praises. All praise. You making progress. You know what I'm saying? You making progress. That the good thing though, the best thing for you to do though would be get around brothers, right? Because again, you can only learn so much listening to Clubhouse or being online. Being actually in person, brothers could deal with you and answer any questions you may have. So remember, you can email us. You get that free beginner booklet, but we'll also put you in contact, right? So that's for everybody listening, right? biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. We'll send out a free beginner booklet to you. You can follow us on all social media platforms at Biblical Smoke. This ain't just a Clubhouse based thing, all right?
Hey, Turn, have you celebrated? I heard you say you hadn't celebrated any of the holidays. Have you celebrated any of God's holy days?
So I'm trying to learn about the Passover, and I know it was just the Pentecost. I actually had questions about the Passover, but I didn't know if it was appropriate to ask now or who I should ask about that, about the lamb portion, because that's the one thing that I hear people talk about is how do you do the lamb? Because I know you had to sacrifice a lamb that was spotless or something like that. But
I wish
uh,
unless
just trying.
unless one of the moderators want to deal with it. What I was going to tell you is to shoot us an email. Let us know what you want to know regarding the high holy days. We'll catch you up on that. But the point that I was making was there's certain commandments that you can't keep unless you congregate. You have to. There's certain commandments that you're not going to be able to do on your own. So it's very important that you make haste, like West Coast was saying, to get with the body, so that you can
Yeah,
continue to grow in your understanding and keep the rest of the commandments.
yes, sir. I got to get around more like-minded people.
All praises.
No, all praises, right? I give you one simple, right? Simple. Uh, Leviticus 19. No, let's go Leviticus 23 and 2. Simple one. Have you started keeping the Sabbath? Turn.
On the Saturdays, no. Honestly, I'm working still on Saturdays.
Okay.
Uh, I know that's one thing that you're not supposed to do. I've been doing some reading about it though, like the things that
Okay.
you're not supposed to do, but I haven't been able to keep it, honestly speaking.
Okay. And again, right? We all had to start somewhere. So we ain't going through this to beat you up, but we telling you, uh, don't play games with the information that you get because we teaching it so that our people can make change, right? So Leviticus 23 and verse 2 as an example.
Leviticus chapter 23, verse 2. Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations.
So
Even
the,
these,
go ahead, finish the verse. My bad.
even these are my feasts.
So The point there is that the feasts of the Lord that you read about are holy convocations. So the word convocation is a large formal assembly, right? So even with you starting to learn how to keep the Sabbath, it was necessary for us to gather, right? The Bible was never about us just learning the information and being in the house by ourselves, being deep. It was always about unity and community and being together and holding each other accountable. That's what the Lord always required from us. So definitely don't keep learning and just be like, hey, I'm gonna sit in the crib and take this information in, and one day I'll go. You know, it's no time like the present, right? I say it like that for you. No time like the present for you to start making that move. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Cool. All right. We'll move on. We'll go to E.
Hey, shalom, family, and double honor to the mighty prophets of the Most High. I call myself getting on here to edify and got cut on the last verse scripture. But I repent for that. So anyway, I wanted to bring out two scripts. If you don't mind. The Willow Lynch letter was what I was going to bring up, kind of stole the thunder, but I'm going to add and piggyback off of that. If you could get Proverbs 17, verse 6, I believe it is.
All right. Do us a favor. Make your point first, and then we'll read it,
Okay.
just so we're on the same page.
Okay, fair enough. When we was talking about part of the Willow Lynch letter, the destroying of a black man and the woman having to raise up, and she's raising the woman as the child, the female as the male, and the male to be weak. Uh, Proverbs 17:6 kind of speaks to that, where the men have lost honor, and now they're fighting to get honor and respect back. But sometimes they go to other means to try to replace that, trying to replace respect and substitute it with something else. But what men want and what God has said is that we are the glory of our children. But that's not being taught in the homes because a lot of the women don't respect their male, their king. So that's why I want to bring out Proverbs 17 and 6. And then to tie off of that, 1 Ezra 4:26 and 27, talking about the replacement of respect with money to try to buy respect. And then when it don't pan out, we end up calling our women, our queens, our bitches and hoes because we mistake uh, true respect with money. We try to replace it. So what men do with money most of the time, they're trying to buy women, trying to buy respect. You can't get it. Only God can give you that. When you know who you are and you come back to who you are and come back to God's law, statutes, commandments, you get those spiritual intangibles that money can't buy. And a woman will know when a real man is before her because he's not trying to offer her money. He's trying to offer her direction, guidance, and lead her to the Most High.
Let's read it.
Proverbs 17 and 6.
Proverbs chapter 17, verse 6. Children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers.
Which is not being taught in the homes. Most women are telling their little boys that you just like your daddy. Where did that start? Willie Lynch. The destroying and destruction and the breaking down of the black man. Divide and conquer. So I know I can go on with that. Let's go on to 1 Ezra 4:26 and 27. I'll make it quick.
First Ezra chapter 4 and verse 26. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women, and became servants for their sakes. Many also have perished, have erred, and sinned for women.
And that is the substitute for respect and honor that the Most High give us and anoint us with. Men try to replace it to take the shortcut because they don't want to do the work and break themselves down and build themselves up by the law, statutes, and commandments and what God has said about us. We're special people, and our righteousness is through Him. He'll anoint us. He raises us up. His word will raise us up and give us our inheritance, according to Acts. But we can't take the shortcut. Money is just a tool, a vessel to answer natural matters, but it's not to replace the Spirit of the Most High and His law, statutes, and commandments. I'll land my plane.
All right. So what you're saying is the strong black woman is counterproductive.
Absolutely, because she don't even understand the commandments. And she don't understand her role, her place to the fullest of what God expects of her. She's strong in what she knows because she's having to survive. So there's a little bit of accountability I give to her to come back to God's law, statutes, commandments, and His order. But I also have to understand that she's been destroyed along with us, and so I have to give her a little bit of grace in that as well. She's doing what she can to survive, and if she don't have a leader, a God, and a king, I can't put all the blame on her.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying the weak man and the weak man and the strong black woman is part of the issue though. That's
Absolutely,
what I'm following. Okay.
100%. A man
Okay.
got to know who he is. He got to rise up. He can't be a simp. Can't be a band man. He's got to come back and let God put that spirit of alpha in him, so he can lead correctly God's way, and not in a dictator bullish way that's based on the flesh. It's got to be on wisdom.
All praise. All praise. Any moderators want to expound on what he just brought up?
Hey, E, I agree with you 100%. Um, you can't have no, simps are sabotaging our community. In short, I agree with you. Do you congregate?
I went to the school in Concord about a year or so ago. Like I said, I got cut as soon as I was about to come on stage because I need to make haste to go back. So
All
yeah, so that's I failed in that. So yeah,
right, all praises.
yeah,
You got to make haste, like West Coast was saying earlier. I'm
yeah,
not sure,
absolutely,
but he read the scripture.
yeah.
Got to make haste with that. Get Sirach chapter 37, verse 19. All right, and this is contributing really to the black community and how it's been sabotaged, and we still perpetuate this to this day. This is something we got to fix. Read what you got.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 37, verse 19. There is one that is wise and teacheth many.
Right, that's many of you today on Clubhouse, and you come on Clubhouse week after week after week, day after day after day, and you're learning all of this wisdom from all of these great men, right? And to the world, to many of your friends and your family that's still in the Christian church, you're gonna be much more wise than they, right? And you probably even started keeping some commandments, and that's good. But there's a lot more that you will learn when you start to congregate. All right, read it again from the top.
There is one that is wise and teacheth many, and yet is unprofitable to himself.
Right. So we find ourselves in a position where we have all of this information. We're trying to share it with everybody. We're trying to win everybody over. We're trying to, you know, change the minds of the people. You want them to understand the things that the Lord has revealed to you, but we're still not keeping the commandments fully. All right. So what does that mean? We're unprofitable to our own selves, but we want to go out and we want to let our light shine. So you can't really truly let that light shine without congregating, without coming to keep the commandments, really getting yourself right first. And that's the point that we seem to be making,
Yeah,
or which it seems we've been making it for like the last 2 hours. We keep coming back to this congregating thing. But we
right,
got to get to the school. We got to congregate. We got to get ourselves right first, right, so that we can
right,
be that example
right.
to our brothers and to our sisters. All right.
I agree. I received that. You're right.
All right, it's not just you, so don't take it personal. It's not nothing like that, because
I
there's
don't.
many others that hasn't come up to the stage yet, or they haven't, maybe they're not going to come on stage tonight. I don't know, but I'm sure you're not the only one who, has this fire within them that they just can't seem to contain, right? But they're still not congregating. They're still not, taking the time to really work on themselves and to improve themselves first.
I know you're in the spirit. I know you're in the spirit because the Lord's been dealing with me for the last couple months, and
Right.
I keep procrastinating. So I'm wrong for that 100%. So you're right. Yeah,
Many of us grow up the same way. We,
yeah,
for those who are fortunate enough to have fathers in the home, will have a father that's made all of these mistakes, and they might still be making those mistakes and then telling you to do something else.
yeah.
So it's like, do what I say, don't do what I'm doing right now.
Right,
Right? That's not a
right.
good way for us to build a nation. That's it's not going to work that way,
Right.
right? So
Right.
we become a disservice to our community when when that's our thought process, when that's how we think, right? That's how we're going to be if that's how we think. So we gotta get out of that mindset, you know. And
Right.
again, it's not just for you; it's for everybody that's listening, really.
I
All
got
right, because we're talking about the whole black community,
you. Right.
and this is how we sabotage it. So we got
Yep.
to stop doing that. We got to stop doing that.
I appreciate you, man. I got
Yes, sir.
Trace, you had
Yeah,
some?
yeah, I'm gonna touch on something real quick because, like we've been hearing about the congregating piece, and we see that the topic is self sabotage. West Coast and Khalil been touching on, hey, we got to congregate. We got to make sure that we're around like minded people, and we got right now definitely the last two brothers, Turn and E, some humble spirits. You're receiving it. And this is for all of us, especially when you talk about self sabotaging. This is what you don't want for yourself. And a lot of times, this is what is going on in our lives to stop us from making that next step or or we may be motivated, but there's no action behind it. Go to Mark chapter 4 and read verse 7.
Mark chapter 4, verse 7. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked it, and it yielded no fruit.
We're talking about, it's actually talking about different Israelites or different people learning the truth. We'll put it that way. You're learning, you're figuring things out, you're happy to hear, but then it says some fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up and choked it, meaning choked the truth out of you, and you yielded no fruit. There's no action behind what you're learning. Go to verse 18. So let's get a further explanation of that.
Verse 18. And these are they which are sown among thorns, such as hear the word,
Again, you hear it, you're learning. Read.
and the cares of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches.
So a lot of times, because we had the brother even speak about money can't give you respect, or right. A lot of times what happens, and it's not just the deceitfulness of riches, but the cares of the world in itself. The cares of the world keeps us procrastinating. The cares of the world makes it so now we're not fulfilling that Psalms 119 verse 60 that we was reading about. Make it haste because of the cares of the world. The cares of the world is those thorns that choke us. Next thing you know, you start to speak and talk about the truth less and less because you're so worried about the cares of the world. Read it again from the top and read through.
And these are they which are sown among thorns, such as hear the word, and the cares of this world, and the deceitfulness of riches, and the lust of other things entering in, choke the word, and it becometh unfruitful.
So what happens, you end up with no works, or you end up with no fruits based upon what you've learned and what you're trying to get others to see and learn. But because of that care of the world, what happens is now you start lusting after other things that are in the world, or other lust come within you. And now the truth, and you know 6 months ago, a year ago, you had much zeal, but you never kept going to gain wisdom and understanding. So don't let the cares of the world choke you out. That's what stops us and procrastinates us. Now, what does it do? Because we're talking about self sabotage. Go to Sirach chapter 5, verse 7.
But wait, are you saying that money doesn't give you respect?
Hold on, real quick, sis. Go to Sirach chapter 5, verse 7.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord.
So now we're hearing about that haste, right? Make no tearing is going to explain itself, but that's to make haste. If you're not tearing, it's going to explain itself. Read.
And put not off from day to day.
So this is for all of us listening that know that, hey, I know I need to get to the around like-minded people. I know I need to get to the place where I know of I can get more understanding and I can be around like-minded people. But the scripture said don't do what?
And put not off from day to day.
So we have to stop putting it off from day to day. Why? Here's the sabotage. Read.
For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth.
We don't
And then
realize
I
that it says suddenly the wrath of the Lord is going to come forth. When? When will this happen? Read.
and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed.
The brother E say he been getting dealt with for the last couple of months or whatever. Meaning what? Maybe things have been going on in your life to where you know it's like, oh man, the Lord's really trying to holler at me. I need to stop playing, stop putting it on from day to day. It said you'll be destroyed suddenly, and then what?
And perish in the day of vengeance.
Right, you're not gonna get salvation. Now you sabotage yourself by procrastinating day after day after day, by coming to apply what you know the Lord is telling you to do. So we have to be mindful of that. And all that is just simply what? Actually put into action what we're learning. Just applying the scripture. Just put it to action. Simple. But you gotta say, you know what? Let me stop putting it off from day to day. Not tomorrow, not I gotta do it soon. Now. That's what the scriptures is just telling us. Mute my mic.
Who was that? Kim, you had something for him?
Who has
You
the
had a question
question?
for Trace? You're on mute, Kim, if you're talking. All right, you there, sis? Want to make sure you get your opportunity because I think you jumped in and asked about money. Want to allow you to speak. If not, let's go to this real quick, and then I try to come back to you. Go to Matthew. Go to Matthew 9 and verse 12, real quick.
Matthew chapter 9, verse 12. But when Jesus heard that, he said unto them, they that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick.
Reason I'm pulling that is because I think a lot of us a lot of brothers on here, you might be waiting till you get perfect, right? You might be saying, "Hey, man, I want to go there and I want to have no issues. I don't want nothing to be going on." But Christ was clear in the fact that He was here for the people that was sick. So you're gonna have problems, you know. All of us brothers, right? Trace, when you came and you had issues,
Definitely.
right? 'Cause yeah, you had when you came and you had issues,
Yes, sir.
right? That just same thing with me, right? When all of us came in, we had issues. So I know a lot of people they be like, I'm hearing the information, but I'm gonna wait till I get it all the way perfect at the house, right? And then I'm gonna come in. But really, what you're doing is you just you building up sin, right, over time, and you're not disciplining yourself. It's gonna be a process to come in. It's gonna be a process to come to a school. It's a process to actually apply the laws of God. So don't keep saying to yourself, "Well, I'm gonna wait till I get it all the way right, and then I'm gonna go." You're gonna have to come in jacked up, right, with your problems the way they are, and you're gonna have to get the discipline of the Bible, just like everybody else on here had to. Everybody had to go through that process of fixing their issues and repenting, really, right? So don't hear this message and be like, yo, you know what? I'm gonna take longer and longer because I know I got problems. That's part of the self sabotage too, is to have an issue and just wait and wait and wait and wait and never fix it. All right, let's go to Kim. Kim, you there? All right. Anybody on the stage has something they want to say?
I challenge GS to a debate.
Hey, he coming. Let's see.
I'm trying to invite him. He can't. He don't want to come up. I done sent him an invite.
I'm right
Oh,
here.
here you go.
Let's get it. I'm ready for my
Okay.
question. Don't move me
Okay. We're
down
about to
last
debate.
time.
All right. We're about to debate.
Don't move me down last
I
time.
challenge. I challenge Golden Sword to a debate.
I'm gonna
I
prove to
I
you that
guarantee
Jesus
you that he
is the
can't
Most
tell
High
me how
God.
old I am. Go.
I'm no.
You
I'm
got
gonna
three
prove to
tries.
you. I'm gonna
Three
prove to you that
tries.
Jesus is the Most High God,
Three
and
tries to
then
three tries to tell me how
then
old
I'm gonna
I am.
prove to everybody that
One,
you're not serious
two,
because you're afraid of me
three
because you
tries.
a
Go
bitch. You
ahead.
a bitch, and you scared of me.
Which try?
You'll never
Go ahead.
debate me.
Go
You
for
are
it.
a
Go.
bitch. I'm gonna
You got.
prove in front of everybody.
You
The
get
only
try
thing you
one.
do is move me down. What's your name? Jewel, your leader is a
Jewel.
bitch. He's afraid of
Jewel.
me. He do not. I can prove to you right now, Jesus is the Most High God,
Go ahead.
and I will embarrass you
What's
in
your
Go.
front of
mom?
everybody.
Go ahead. First
You ready?
verse.
You ready?
Yes.
All right. Open up your Bible to Revelation.
Oh man.
Look, I
Oh
don't know.
man.
It's so funny to do that to him because I know he like punching the air right now. Like he just kicked his cat. Poor cat and flew across the room.
Oh man, he being there ready to yell every night, man. Night
Yeah,
after night.
yeah. I just bring him up to let him know I love him. GS man, we love you. Raise your hand. I'll bring you back on stage.
GS in the basement yelling, man. I pray he don't got neighbors on his left and his right. They
Hey,
probably
look,
like
but
this.
hey, I'll say this too. Another reason why people don't come into the body because they got a bunch of secret sins cooking, and they don't want to deal with them secret sins, man. Uh, they got stuff going on, and a lot of times, they know if they come and be around men and women that's spiritual, you know, those sins are gonna come to fruition. They're gonna be brought forward. So, um, and sin is pleasurable. You know, a lot of times it be fornication, adultery, all kinds of other stuff going on. But a lot of times people don't want to get past those secret sins. It's crazy, man. There's a lot of Israelites that that they'll talk about being. I'll never forget one of a guy, brother, I brought in to. Well, I wouldn't say brought him into the truth, but I brought out some scriptures and introduced him, showed him who he was, and he started, you know, believing. And then like next day I talked to him, he's telling me he cheated on his wife. And then after that he started telling me about how he went outside and and saw a dove because he said the name in Hebrew. I was like, bro, you just cheated on your wife. What the hell? You
The
know?
hell.
So it was just a lot of people got them secret sins going on that they don't want to get past. So, because it don't make any sense for people to have the means to congregate, have a place to congregate and don't. It's like I don't get it because I know when I found out. I mean, I couldn't. I was on the internet searching for places to congregate. I was just like, man, it got to be a Israelite school somewhere. It got to be some people. And the closest I found was an hour and a half away. And shoot, the first day I showed up, I was there. I'm still here. you know, 9, 10 years later, I'm still here. So it's like I don't really get it, but it ain't for me to get. But it's hard for me to, they got people in the world like Golden Sword. So you know, if he's in this world, and anything's possible. Golden, raise your
Oh
hand,
man.
man. Raise your hand. I hit the wrong button.
Oh man, he back. Golden, man. He be tripping every night, bro. Think he got like 15 burner accounts. We gonna
It
go
won't
to
let me. It won't let me invite him. Every time I hit the button, it say user has been invited already.
yeah. It won't. Yes, I'm seeing the same thing with him.
Dang. So he been dropped so many times that they put a warning on. It's like,
Sheesh, brother can't even get up here no more. I'm telling you, he gonna switch accounts though. He'll be back. He'll be back. It'll be another GS account.
switch to one of your accounts so you can come on stage, Golden.
Got 13 burners. Um, Nah, excellent point though. You know, I know for me that's why I delayed was like you said, dealing with certain sins and saying, hey, when I get this right, that's when I'm gonna come. So excellent point, Judd. Um, we're gonna go to there you go, he back. Real quick before we go to die.
The reason why you joking, it's not really a joke. You really hiding behind a joke. You really know for real, that I would destroy you just like I do every time. I got something, but I proved my point that you wouldn't debate me, so I won. Even in your jokes, I won.
You
Cause I
won.
You ever been to
knew.
anger
See,
management
the
uncut?
thing is, you know
Nah,
I'm the
you
real
won.
deal. You
Golden
know I'm the
swords, you
real
won.
deal, and you
I'm
trying
gonna
to
get
play these
I'm gonna
games.
go to Burger King
So this
and
what we
get the
do.
Burger King crown
Whenever you
for you.
ready to be a real man, let's get a real debate. But you will never do
Okay.
it because you a pussy. You more pussy than every female in this room. You a bitch ass nigga and you afraid of me because you a punk ass coward. Because you know what would happen if me and you would go right now proving that Jesus is the most high God, but you an antichrist nigga and you afraid for the truth to come out. Because you a bitch ass pussy, more pussy than all the ladies in the audience, and you know you are. You afraid of me, nigga. That's the real deal. You scared of me. I know a scared man when I see one, and you a scared ass bitch, pussy. I'm out. You can
Golden
move me down. I
swords,
don't
that
give a
was the
fuck
most
anymore.
godly
I'm out.
response I've
You can
ever
move
heard
me
in my
down. I
life.
don't give a fuck, because you a bitch. You will never debate me. You a
Hey,
coward, and
hey,
everybody in the room
Judge.
see it.
Hey, drop
But
this
see,
guy, man.
yeah,
Hey,
drop
bro,
me. Yeah,
stop
you
playing
a
game with
faggot.
this guy, man. Drop this guy, man, for real. You guys playing game with this guy, bro? Bro, this guy must not come back on stage. No time at all. I want somebody hunt this guy down, find him out, lock him down for good. This guy ain't no good, son. Every time he come with the same type of meditation when he can't have his own way. Nigga, I shut you down already. About Jesus, you always come with Jesus Christ and God is the same person. Nigga, come sit the ass down, man. For real. Bro, stop playing game with this guy, Judge. Stop playing game with this guy. The guy disrespectful and disrespected real. You know what I'm saying? This guy must not come back up here, bro. No time at all. Find yourself a room, son. Make yourself a room that you can come over there and destroy you, too, son. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Shut this guy down for good, man. For real. Shut him down for good. Don't let him come back on stage. All right? For real.
All right, we're gonna move to die. Oh no, Alex. Alex, you came up, so I'm curious what your thoughts are. All right, if not, we're gonna go to John. John, what you got on the topic? All right, let's go to Gene.
Here I go. Here I go. Shalom. Shalom, Israel.
All right.
Uh, well, even just on the topic, I would like to first address Brother Golden Sword from something that happened last week. That it really isn't fun anymore because I'm not sure who he challenged, but he challenged one of the brothers, one of the moderators on Revelations 22:18 to 19. As far as if you change a word, uh,
Must have got a call. We ain't hearing you. All right. He cut on your side too, Trace.
Yeah, he cut off.
Yeah, I can't
All
hear
right.
him.
All right, John, you there? You cut off. Must have got a call. All right, we'll go to Gene real quick.
trap the conversation for a soul trap. That's not funny anymore.
Hey,
That's
John, you cut out a whole bunch of what you said is gone. So you're gonna have to
I'm
start
sorry, my
close to the
phone was
beginning.
ringing. I'm sorry, my phone was ringing. Now, last week, the brother Golden Sword challenged one of the moderators on Revelations 22:18 through 19, where like if you change a word, you're gonna receive the plagues in this book. And the way he set the question up and tried to trap, do you agree that it blah 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 blah, you know? And then he was like, I got you. He was gleefully to try to set the brother up in a soul trap to have his name taken out the book of life. And I'm like, this ain't funny no more. I thought this dude was prideful or like I said, mentally ill or something. But maybe that's what it leads to, because he was trying to soul trap a brother, and it just alarmed me very much, and I just wanted to present that. I wanted to tell him face to face, and I hope he's hearing it. That and I want to rebuke my brother on that, because being prideful is one thing, you know, trying to prove a point is one thing, but not to stake at your brother's soul, try to get somebody's name taken out the book of life. So that's the only thing I wanted to say too, and I think that applies to the subject as well. I appreciate the time on the stage, but the verses the precepts um, to point that out is Proverbs 26:27 and Numbers 22:11 through 12. I thank y'all for the time on stage to speak that.
All right, yeah, man. I mean that brother's clearly wicked as hell, man. It's he got some issues,
And
right? At
wicked,
the end of the day.
he was like, I got you. But when he tried to say, do you agree? Basically, if you change one word, then your soul, your name be taken out the book of life. And then he called himself winning. I got you. I win. I got you. So he was trying to claim victory for a soul taken out the book of life. Now that's wicked. You're right. That's wicked. I thank y'all for the time. Shalom.
All right. Shalom, John. All right, we're gonna move to Gene.
Most High Christ bless. Uh, I just got a question. I guess it's like a question and not a question. I don't know about congregating. I went to one camp and I really liked the camp, but it's kind of way and it's taken me a while to get in there permanent. Like on a consistent basis. But in my areas, a few camps that has opened, and I did start going to one. And I guess I don't know whether it's just me or whatever, but like I was trying to share with them because I first came and they don't use the apocrypha. And I said something to it and they said, no, we don't use that. And I said, oh, okay. And then they asked me where I got, and I told them IUIC. I said, I've been listening to, well, that's nothing but a cult. And it was like my spirit just got so kind of like upset. I didn't say nothing. I said, well, you should just read it for yourself. You know what I mean? I was saying to the sister. So, it was, and there was, and it was one of the funerals for one of the brothers that y'all had done on TV at the time. And then the person that was giving the message. This is not an IUIC camp. I'm telling you, this is the other camps outside of IUIC. And I'm trying to make sure because I've been in the church for years, at least over 30, 40 years. And I just don't want to just go to be going. You know what I mean? Just because I want to go, but I want to be fed. And I'm fed with IUIC because I watch the programs all the time. But I'm kind of like new in the faith because I have to get a lot of my clearings straightened up because I did listen when you said women shut up and sit down and listen and be taught. So as I'm going through, but it's like Southern Camp, it's like I'm not really in their camps, but it's just sometimes the things that the people say, like I just met a new person from, and I said, oh, and we was talking and, it sounded pretty good. You know what I mean? And then he says, well, did you hear about IUIC, the bishop? I said, what? I said, don't even start it. Please do not even start it. I said, we in church and we don't talk about other ministers, other ministries, and we can't have one little thing going on. I said, nobody's perfect. I said, no. I said, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing about another camp. I don't want to hear nothing about uh, another person. I just want to talk back to work. And
So
that's it.
so
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 right
sis, are
now,
you
I just don't know what should I just keep doing what I've been doing until I can get consistent where I really want to go? Because I was trying to get something a little bit closer to me. And it seems like my spirit is not meeting with these people. And it's not that I'm putting them down or anything. It's not that. It's just that I just truly believe when you talk about other camps and even when there's issues, and I love the way y'all did the issues with the last couple weeks. You know what I mean? It should be the same all over, because we're all here trying to do a work, trying to get out of here, and trying to live holy. You know what I mean, and follow the commandments. So now I'm just asking you. I don't know what to do now. Should I just
Okay.
reach out to the other camps or just well, I'm going to do that anyway because we're brothers and sisters regardless. We might have different teachings, and I don't have to always sit under you because that's just like it was in the Christian church. You know what I mean? You just don't sit under certain ministries after a while because you're going
So
somewhere.
so sis, I want a lot of moderators to address kind of what you're saying. So the question you asking uh is it that you don't know how to pick, or is it that the slander is an issue, like the
The
comments that people are
slander
making?
is the issues.
So the slander is deterring you.
Yeah. Not only the slanders, it's like they don't believe in a lot of the teachings. You know what I mean? It's like the teaching's a little bit different.
Go
So
to
I don't know.
Ephesians.
Should I
Let's
just
start
just
off.
take a chance and
Hey,
just
sis,
go
sis,
to a
sis,
camp?
Judd
Yeah,
is trying to answer you. Let
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 me
him answer you.
start.
Okay, I'm
Let's
sorry.
start off with something. Start off with Ephesians 4 and verse 14, real quick.
Okay.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 4 and verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine.
So one thing that you said is that you're gonna still deal with a bunch of different camps. The thing about that is that you'll never have a foundation because like you admitted, we all have differences in our doctrine. So you'll deal with one camp that may believe in keeping the Sabbath, um, dealing with the moon. So they may keep the Sabbath one month on Wednesday, the next month they'll keep it on Sunday, the next month they'll keep the Sabbath on Friday. Then you may deal with another camp that believe that you can cook on the Sabbath. So then you'll deal with another camp and believe that you can keep the Sabbath with all nations. Then you'll get with another camp that you know, um, that believe that yeah, you can keep the Sabbath with us, but you can't wear fringes. So you'll never have any kind of foundation that way. Um,
Okay.
so I'm not telling you you have to be with IUIC, but you need to be with people. With you need to go and be somewhere that one follow the scriptures,
Right.
and two that believe what you believe, because anything else it'll be division. So you'll be sitting in there and you'll be like, oh, well, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. You shouldn't do that. So it says, um you can't be no more children tossed to and fro, and carried about by every wind of doctrine. Read.
Right.
By the
Okay.
sleight of men and cunning craftiness whereby they lie in wait to deceive.
So some of these, some people, they teach certain things because they trying to deceive, they trying to be crafty. Like some camps teach multiple wives. Why they teach multiple wives? Because so they can have a bunch of different women. They still have the spirit of fornication and lust on them. So hey, I can get this woman, that woman, that woman.
Hmm.
Some camps teach multiple wives so they can have their wives take care of them. They like, if I get 3 or 4 wives, I don't have to get a job. They all work. They'll take care of me.
Hmm.
And so on and so on and so on. So if your spirit don't bear witness with what they're teaching,
It's
then it
definitely
doesn't make it doesn't make sense to be there.
okay.
I mean, because you'll destroy yourself sooner or later. If you do that, you'll get to the point where you'll be like, you know what, I'm just gonna learn from home and just read the Bible for myself. Why would you want to be congregating with people that you don't share the same b- beliefs as?
Yeah.
That it just wouldn't be profitable to you. Um, wouldn't be profitable to you at all.
Okay. Okay. That's the way I felt. I said, I might as well just stay home. And when I can go to the camp that I want to go to, I'll go. You know what I mean? And I'm working on this. I'm trying to stop sabotaging myself because I can do that. You know what I mean? And the other time I'm up late or up early or whatever or moving around, and then on on the Sabbath day I'm oversleeping or something like that. So I just you answered that because I felt like I did. I said I can't go nowhere like that. I can't
Hey,
if I'm
hey, Judge,
struggling now. I can't. I just can't do it. And so I was
Judge, can
asking the
I ask
Most High to
something?
forgive me for that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm listening.
I want to add something, sister.
Yes, ma'am.
You said
Yes,
what
sir.
was bothering you was them talking about other camps.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, Paul rebuked other people in the scriptures and warned them. Christ rebuked the entire chapter of Matthew 23. Christ was rebuking the other leaders, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the scribes. The problem is not them talking about the other camps. The problem is if what they're saying is true or not. Go to Second Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. Because if you just want to leave, if they're warning you about evil in another camp, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Paul says that he warned them with tears for 3 years that people will come in. Grievous wolves would come in. So there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when they lie. If
Okay.
someone is telling you something bad about Israel United in Christ and they can prove it, listen to them. If someone is telling you something bad about me and they can prove it, listen to them. Make sure you fact check what they're saying. Like, for instance, you got ISUPK lying on the leader of Israel United in Christ, and none of his members are asking for proof. They're all just sitting there, con, and
Right.
spreading gossip on Facebook and lying. Nobody's not asking for no proof. So this is what I'm telling you. 2 Timothy 2:15. Read it.
2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God.
At the end of the day, you got to prove yourself to God, and you got to study. If you're doing what people do in the Christian church, they move around when they don't like the church. My mother used to move from church to church to church. Every month she's in a new church, and she was studying and she was seeing if the stuff that she was learning was approving her to God. Read on.
A workman that needeth not to be ashamed,
Because
right
then you become ashamed. You become ashamed when you're questioned on your knowledge. Read on.
rightly dividing the word of truth.
So the formula for which is a good fit for you is, are they telling the truth? Number one. And are they rightly dividing the word? If they're telling you they don't use certain books, you need to tell me why. If they're saying we don't use the Apocrypha, tell me why. If you're telling me we can't put fringes on, tell me why. But if you're not studied, you're going to move from church to church to church. And you're going to be just like that Christian looking for the good church to go to, where everything feel good, that feel good religion. This is not a feel good religion. Christ said, enter ye in at the straight gate. Get that real quick? Okay? That's what this is what happens with a lot of people. I don't never tell nobody to join us. I tell them, you go where's a good fit for you. Because if you don't know that we're the right fit, I don't want you around us. You're going to be a problem later on. You're supposed to be fully persuaded in your own mind that this is the path to salvation. What they're telling me is right, and you won't know that if you don't study. So what happens is a lot of people are learning from social media, and they think everybody's the same, and everybody is not the same. You got some people calling themselves Israelites. They're worse than the Christian church. And if you can't see that based on your studies, based on what's being taught there, then it's more than likely that something is wrong with you. That's why Paul said to examine yourself, whether you be in the faith. Read it, please.
The book of Matthew, chapter 7, and verse 12. Therefore, all things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets.
I
Enter
wanted to
ye
say,
in.
Yes, go ahead.
Enter ye in at the straight gate.
Straight, Strait is a position of difficulty. Read on.
For wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction.
So Satan is in the Israelite churches too. It's a broad gate to destroy a lot of you. There's a lot of people saying that they're Israelites, and they are evil as hell, as we saw this week. I watch leaders of churches lie openly, and nobody in the place is packing. Everybody's agreeing with him. And if the church that I go to, if the bishop starts lying on another man, the first thing I'm going to do is be like, Bishop, is that true what you're saying? Where did you get that from? And if he can't prove to me that what he's saying is not true, I'm going to leave. I'll be full of shit if I sit there. He's calling a man gay after every week after week, calling the members gay, calling them homosexuals, calling them purple pigs, calling them a whole bunch of stuff they can't substantiate. And I'm fake. I'm fake. I'm full of shit if I stay there every week and listen to that because I want to be a part of a church. And that's what women do. They go to what feels good and not what is right. So there's nothing wrong with the leader speaking against another church if that church is going off. The problem is he telling the truth? And does he
Mm-hmm.
have,
Mm-hmm. Okay,
okay?
I
The,
got
the,
that.
the scriptures tell you if the leader's wicked, then all of you are wicked. So like I said, I've seen this with women. They move from camp to camp to camp to camp, and they only go with what makes them feel good. So if
Mm.
you're upset that he's talking about another camp, the first thing you need to say, maybe what he's saying is true. But if it's a lie, that's how you make your decision. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Because you read in the scriptures all the time. Christ rebuked the other churches. Paul
Yes.
rebuked the other churches.
Right.
And he's right about his assessment. So don't leave because they're talking about somebody. Leave because they're lying and the leader's ignorant. You said they don't use the Apocrypha?
Yeah. Well, that's what happened. I haven't really joined them. I just went in for. I seen them on the Zoom. I did a couple of Zoom calls, and then they invited me to the thing. But
How
you
did you
know,
find them? How did you find them?
um, from a sister that used to go to a church I used to go to.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I'm going to go to a reputable place, not some place that someone suggests. And it's easy to find people of good reputation now. And this is what happens. People start. You know how many people invited me to churches? And I tell them, who are they? Who are these people? Why should I go to them? I'm where I am now because the teachers of where I am, their intellect supersedes mine. Their understanding supersedes mine. Most of you people in this clubhouse, if you listen to us for 3 months to 6 months, you'll be smarter than most of these other camps out there. They ain't gonna be able to teach you nothing. We cover everything. We do class 7 days a week. There's no way for you to be here 3 months, 6 months, and you don't know nothing. So this is why I said whenever a woman is moving from place to place to place, she's not studying. She's just looking for something that feels good. And Satan knows that. So he will give you a church that feels good, but you ain't going to learn nothing and you will not be approved unto God. So listen to what I'm saying. Don't leave because he's talking about somebody else. Leave because he's a liar and leave because he don't understand the Bible. And the
Okay.
only way you'll know that is if you study and you question. If you can't question me, you can ask me any question.
Right.
I'm not going to have people come and sit in front of me. I always tell them, do you have questions? Do you have questions? Do you have questions? When people say stuff about this, well, I heard this about the IUIC. I'm like, where did you get it from? I don't dismiss nothing. I meet everything head on. If you talking shit, I'm going to prove it. So I'm just telling you and everybody else listening, when you pick a place to go, because I will never tell you, come here. I don't tell people to come and join me. If they don't know right from wrong, I don't want them around me because they're going to be a problem later on. And that's how you make your assessment. I mute my mic.
Okay. Wow. Thank you for that. Yeah. He answered my questions, but I'm not going from place to place. And I just didn't like what they said about IUC, period. You know,
Well,
and
what did they say? What did they say? What did they say?
Well, the first time it was like Bishop Nathaniel was showing off when he went when he did I think it was a memorial service or funeral service for one of the members, and he said, "Oh, he was showing off, coming in with his with their uniforms and their dress, and to me it was just too powerful."
Do
Then
you
the
understand that?
women,
Just,
I asked them
just,
about
just
the
hear me. You should have
yes.
questioned him. You should have asked him, is there a video? Did you see it with your own eyes? The bishop haven't done no service like that in so
No, that
long,
was when
in
I
so
first
many
came
years.
in. That was about
Okay,
maybe
you should have questioned him. You should have asked him. What else did he say?
um he was just talking about, and it wasn't him, not the monetary of the thing. It was who he was following, and because we was on, like y'all do on the TV thing, and that was one. That was the one that, and then plus I was asking them about. They told me the first thing she told me was, "Oh, we don't." I said, we was talking and we were sharing scriptures, and I said, "Well, I learned this," and they said, "Where you get it from?" IUIC. I mean, well, we don't use the apocrypha. It's a cult. We wear
Okay, so
pants.
that right there alone, you should have asked him to define, explain to me what's wrong with the Apocrypha. It's been around
Yeah.
since the time of the Greeks. The Apocrypha is a Greek word. It means hidden. The Greeks took the book and hid it from the Israelites. Now we're using it. So it's your job now to ask them what's wrong with the apocryphal writings. King James had them translated. They're in a section of an original King James Bible. So now you got to ask the nigga, where did he get the information from that it's not good?
Okay.
That's how you make the decision. You understand?
Okay. Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Thank you.
I mute my mic.
Thank you. I'm done. Does
Nah, that
somebody
was-
else want to say something to me? I'm done.
nah, you good.
All right.
All praises.
All right.
Hopefully you receive
Thank
that.
you.
Anybody on stage got a comment, question that's been up here for a while? All right. Remember, man, you can follow us on all social media at Biblical Smoke. You can email us biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. We'll send you the free beginner booklet to get started on your journey to repentance. Hey, man, somebody come up. I'm sure y'all got a thought on how the black community is self-sabotaging itself, right? Look like we got somebody right here. But y'all come up, raise your hand so we could, hear your thoughts on the topic. We've been here for a minute. I think one thing we finding out is procrastination is definitely a thing that's sabotaging the black community indeed. So, Abdiel, what you got on the topic? Hey, shalom, shalom. What's that great blessing? Hey, So, Shalom. just looking at the topic, how does the black community sabotage itself? Just there's no culture of black. So, as identifying as black, you are basically sabotaging yourself because being black that's not a culture. So, trying to ascribe to something that actually does not exist and is actually just kind of man-made, that being black is just like a misnomer. We as a people have to come back to our identity as Israelites, and we have to start following the laws and statutes commandments of God in order to even be considered any kind of community. There's no such thing as a black community. We are the Israelites that the Bible speaks of. No, that's a heavy point. The identity we chose is self sabotage. Okay, any moderators want to elaborate on that? That's heavy. No, because what you're saying, if I'm following you, is that we're making things up, right? Essentially, Exactly, right? exactly. Essentially, we're making things up. But what it is that we're basically making up was something that was given to us by the same people that brought us over here. The same people that brought us over here is the same ones that told us that we're black, told us that we're Negroes, told us that we're everything but the children of Israel. And so by trying to ascribe to that,
we are actually trying to ascribe to something that's far less than what it is that we actually are. Therefore, our communities are never going to come together because there's nothing for our community to come together around except for our own destruction.
Mm. Yeah, that's a good point. Read Jeremiah 17:4 real quick. That's heavy. It's a good point. We basically are creating a culture of evil, right? Because now if I could just make everything up, there's nothing to really create a standard, right? So let's read that. I don't know. Yeah, it was like
Book of
that, Bruce.
Jeremiah, chapter 17, and verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
So your point, right, is like we discontinue from our heritage. If we discontinue from our heritage, then you're absolutely right. The fact that we begin to make things up, it's going to lead to our destruction, right? I think a brother quoted this earlier. Let's read Hosea 4:6. As we start to go further and further and further away from God, what's to stop us from saying this thing is good that isn't good, right? God says this is evil, but we don't have our heritage anymore. We don't have our culture. Now we're creating this black culture. So now rap music where our women is twerking becomes positive, right? It becomes something that we use to express ourselves, and that's a big issue. You're 100% on point. Read that, Hosea 4:6.
The book of Hosea, chapter 4, verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou
Right?
shalt be
So we have rejected the knowledge of God, right? That knowledge, read Malachi 2:7. We reject the knowledge of God. The further and further away we move from that, the more willing we are to accept all men of evil. Let's read that.
the book of Malachi, chapter 2, verse 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth. For he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts.
So we should be getting from our pastors, from our priests, the correct knowledge of the Bible, but they teaching us evil too, right? They showing us a pattern of wickedness, right? They teaching us black culture, quote unquote, and it's destroying us more and more, right? Go back to Hosea 4:6. Let's finish that out. It's a ripple effect, right? You lose your culture, you become black, quote unquote. There's no land, there's no standard, and because of that, evil becomes the standard, right? The Bible shows us we Israelites and righteousness is a standard there, but we have created a standard of wickedness, right? Of procrastinating, of not holding each other accountable, of drinking, of smoking, of partying, all these things have become what we view as positive to some extent. And then when somebody does it, somebody is evil and going off, we don't even correct them. We say, hey man, that's not my place to correct them. Read Hosea 4:6.
The book of Hosea, chapter 4, and verse 6. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. Thou shalt be no priest to me. Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children.
Right, and the further, so going back to what you said, bro, it's the further and further away we move, God has rejected us. That's why we got rooms like this to show us, hey, look, that thing you doing is actually evil. It's not right. I know you think smoking, I know you think drinking, I know you think partying, I know you think this music you listen to is positive, it's expressing our culture. All these different things are actually destroying us day in and day out. Because we don't have no culture, because we think we black or African American, it's definitely allowing us to do wicked things, right? Last one, Joe 4:14. Who came off mute? That was you, Abdiel. Go ahead.
That was me. That was me. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you're saying. I'll read the scripture in a second.
Uh, yeah, I just had one scripture came to mind. 2 Corinthians 13:5.
Let's read it for him. Then I get that Job. What's your point? Make your point first.
So because we
we're not examining ourselves, like we're supposed to be. We're not looking at who we're supposed to be. We're just taking what's given to us, and because of that, we don't have the culture that we're supposed to have. If we can go ahead and read that one.
The book of Second Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 5. Examine yourselves, whether ye be in the faith, prove your own selves. Know ye not your own selves, how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobates?
So the points I want to get out of that is examine yourselves. Like I said, we as a people, we're sitting here calling ourselves black, but that's what's been given to us. If we actually sit here and do any kind of research, and if we examine ourselves, we examine our history and where we actually come from, we'll come back to understanding our own culture. And it says, whether ye be in the faith of Christ. That's our culture, the law, statutes, and commandments of God. That's our culture that we're supposed to be examining ourselves in. Prove your own selves. It means just basically check yourself to make sure that what you're actually doing is what you're supposed to be doing. Your actual identity is actually who you're supposed to be. Know ye not your own selves, because we as a people don't know ourselves. That's why our communities are so destroyed, because we don't know ourselves. If we knew we had the blood of Christ flowing through us, we wouldn't be so quick to spill it. But with our other brothers, you know what I'm saying? So how that Jesus Christ is in you, except ye be reprobate. Now, because we don't know ourselves, our culture, our so-called black culture, is a reprobate culture. That's what we're sitting here trying to ascribe to. We're God sitting on horses trying to crawl down on the ground like worms. That's our culture right there. That's so-called black culture. But the culture that we're supposed to have is the culture of following God's laws. Now I'm mute my mic.
All praise. All praises. Good point, right? Read this Jeremiah, Job 14 and 4. I said 4 and 14.
The book of Job, chapter 14, verse 4. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one.
So to call yourself black is an unclean thing because God never called you black. He gave you a title. He gave you identity, right? He gave you standards. He gave you a order, right? That you're supposed to be in as a community, as family, as individuals. So we can't bring anything clean out of being black because that ain't who we are. That's what we were told, right? But that's not what the Bible actually says. That's not what history actually says. Just it's a label that was put upon us when we were put into slavery. So now we're trying to create righteousness out of this wicked culture we were given, right? Read Isaiah 5 and verse 20. Hey, if you listen and you want to come up and comment on it, right? How does the black community self-sabotage? Come up, expound. Maybe you don't feel like we're self-sabotaging. Maybe you feel like everything is being done to us. Maybe you disagree with some of the points that we're making on the stage. So we want to hear from you too. Read Isaiah 5 and verse 20.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 5, and verse 20. Woe unto them that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put
So,
bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter.
so the Bible says destruction unto those that change evil to good and good to evil. Right? We've become that, right? As we listen in this room, we talking about a lot of things that as a community, we know it's wicked, right? And we continue to do them. We don't say, let's stop doing this, let's stop drinking, let's stop smoking. We say, nah, I know that's a problem, but hey, we'll continue doing it. So the Bible said we're gonna destroy ourselves in that manner. That's exactly why we need rooms like this to say, hey, look, here go the mirror. Look in the mirror. Don't you see what this is doing to you? Don't you see how this is affecting the community? That's exactly why we need the Bible. We need to understand that we Israelites. So, I land my plane there, but we definitely gotta come back to God's law because it's the only thing that's going to help us to realize the wickedness that's in our community. Being black ain't never helped us see our issues. So it's a great point, brother. Any moderators want to comment on the topic? Looking like we're gonna shut it down if nobody coming up.
Hey, West Coast. Hey, West
Who's that?
Coast.
Who's that? Hey,
Hey,
Dallas, go ahead.
hey, shalom, shalom. Hey, that is a heavy point that the brother brought out. Abdiel, I felt it when he said it. Um, it's a major thing, and most people don't understand the importance of coming back to the name because the name is a heritage, and it stands in many things. but understanding the name itself and what happened with that name and what that name stood for. First, let's see what the name was. Actually, first give me First Chronicles 7:14, right? First Chronicles 7:14.
The book of
Or
First
is it second?
Chronicles.
Or is it Second Chronicles? It's first Second Chronicles 7:14. It might be Second Chronicles. You know what I want? Call by
Yes.
my name.
Yeah, give me a second. The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 7, verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land.
So the part that I want out of this is if my people, which are called by my name. So most don't understand what name God's people were called from. In fact, I'll be honest, when I was in the world, I grew up in church my entire life. My mom was a minister for 38 years. The only thing I knew about the Bible was from my mom, like a lot of men, right? We were guided by women. So the only thing I knew about the Bible, but I knew nothing about Israel and Israelites. Israel was a land across there was some white folks that lived in it. It had nothing to do with me, right? That was the whole thing. And then you get in the Bible and it says, if my people, which are called by my name. Well, it's interesting. Why would they be called by the name? So let's go all the way back. Let's look at the book of Genesis, chapter 32. Was that 32:28?
Yes, sir.
Let's see what name God stands behind in the earth. And name goes by a couple of things. So we'll touch a couple. If I can. Genesis 32:28.
The book of Genesis, chapter 32, verse 28. And
Mm-hmm.
he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob,
Mm-hmm.
but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God.
So Israel means a prince who has power with God. So the name that God gave the forefather Jacob when he changed it was Israel, meaning now this is a sign between you and me that you have power with me. So that means that everybody that came behind Israel, out of the loins or the lineage of Israel, out of those 12 tribes, is a prince who has power with God. But something happened. Deuteronomy chapter 28.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 15.
Mhm.
But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So curses will come upon Israel and overtake Israel for not listening to God. Give me let's look at that curse. Verse number 37.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 37.
Hmm.
And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations, whither the Lord shall lead thee.
So God told Israel, the people who have power with God, that if they did not listen to his commandments and do what he commanded them to do, that he was going to make them a byword. That word byword means that they would be called by another name. They would leave the name that God gave them, meaning power with God, and they would go into other names: niggers, spics, Mexicans, Hispanics, Latinos, Latino X. I don't even know what the hell Latino X is. That comes out of nowhere. But Puerto Ricans, South Americans, Canadians, we would go into all of these names, and none of those names, when you look them up, have any meaning at all with God. So we left a name that says we have power with God, and we fell so far away that we now live under bywords that tell us nothing about ourselves, who we are, where we come from, who our God is, and nothing else. It gives us no heritage to life at all. So it's deep when the brother says that. Give me one more. Give me Isaiah 65. What is it?
15.
Yeah. So why did it happen again? Just in short.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 65 and verse 15.
Uh-huh.
And ye shall leave your name for a curse
Mm-hmm.
unto my chosen.
Mm-hmm.
For the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name.
And this is the choice that we made. This is the self sabotage that we made. We did not want to be princes that had power with God. Instead, we run around today and we call ourselves Egyptian. We want to run into Egyptology. We want to call ourselves Asiatic. We want to run to everything that God said, all of those things are just idols. None of those things were made for you to follow. But because you choose to walk that way and not in the way that I told you, then I'm going to take what I gave you from you, your heritage, your land, memory of who you are, the name that says that you have power with me, I'll strip it all from you. But the time is coming now, though, that we know. Give me one more. I'm sorry. Isaiah 44. Isaiah chapter 44, verse 5. Watch this. Because a lot of people wonder, why do you run into Israelites? And all of the Israelites seem to have names that seem very similar. Isaiah chapter 44, verse 5. Because this is what's taking place now. And this is us returning to that heritage. And this is for those that are choosing not to be self sabotaging anymore. Read that.
Isaiah chapter 44, verse 5.
Uh huh.
One shall say, I am the Lord's. And
So, first step is there's going to be some people that are going to say, okay, I belong to God. I am the children. I am God's child. Go ahead.
another shall call himself by the name of Jacob.
And the next step is you're going to identify yourself as a child of Jacob, understanding who you are. You're going to begin to shed the self sabotaging mindset, and return back to the name of Jacob, which was changed to Israel, meaning a prince who has power with God. But in time, what are we going to do? Read.
And another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord,
Uh huh.
and surname himself by the name of Israel.
But those that come into the faith and begin to walk in understanding are not going to sabotage themselves anymore, walking in European and other names, and are going to subscribe with a pen, meaning change their names back to a prince who has power with God. So we've absolutely self sabotaged, but we coming up out of it. I mute my mic.
Hey, all praise to the Most High, man. Great point, great point. I'm gonna plug the room real quick one more time. The topic is, how does the black community self-sabotage? You can email us biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. We'll send you a free beginner booklet. You can also email us questions, but that booklet will get you started on your journey to repentance, right? So send us an email, man. I know some of y'all listen week after week, day after day. We want to make sure you get started. We'll get you connected with some brothers in your area as well. And remember, you can follow us on all social media platforms at Biblical Smoke. All right, we got Ree on the stage. So Riri, what's your thoughts on the topic?
Um, Good morning. It's early, but I feel like the black community self sabotages by a lot of lack of self control. Like I'm the youngest one at my job, and I'm the only one married. So these older women, like they they be saying outlandish stuff, like they be saying crazy stuff, and then they'll blame it on everybody else but themselves. And I was studying yesterday, and it's that once, I don't know if y'all seen it, but that hit dog gonna holler. It be so real because my bosses and managers, they be like, y'all gotta fix this. And some of the older women, when they be feeling hit, they'll start yelling and stuff like that. And then they don't like to listen to me. Like, I know I'm the youngest one. They be like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. They be like, you just a baby, you just a baby. And then when they get in trouble and they start crying, they be coming to me and be like, did I do something wrong? Why am I tripping? And I be looking at them, I be like, well, you did snap like real bad. And then I didn't got called every name in the book when I be like, y'all be dead ass wrong. Oh, my fault. Y'all be so wrong. And then they just be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So I be feeling like when people lose their self control, like it ruins a lot of things for them. Like they'll have a good thing going, but because they don't know how to just relax, like let things play out. Like I be telling them,
Not just relax. It's just like potentially like in a hearing when people just don't
Hey,
know what to. to.
you
do. You
you
know what
got
I I mean? mean?
you
Like,
got
mute
you
your
got we
mic.
got
I
a
can't even
queue,
see who
dude.
that is. We got a queue. Just hold on.
yeah. And so I be like, just chill. Like I told a lot of people, like I told a couple coworkers, it was things that wasn't going right in the building, and I'd be like, yo, just chill. Like it's gonna play out. And a couple days later, it'll play out. But because they
Muhammad is the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa
before
Muhammad was a pedophile. Go ahead,
Facts.
Riri.
before it could play out, they didn't messed up or got fired. And then it was just this recent incident where I was just like, it's an older lady, like she's like 63, and it's a 45-year-old one. And I was like, they was like, oh, Reed, if that was me, I would have wilded out. I would have did this. I would have did that. Why you don't be getting mad or why you don't respond? Like you better than me. You really in that faith for real? Because I be telling them, and I'm the only one at my job wear a skirt. I was also the one that when I first started working, I
La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Guys, he is here to spread the message. And you guys have. All right, go ahead, Riri.
and I
I
was
want people
These
to hear how
dudes.
crazy he is. That's all.
Yeah,
I brought
these
it back
dudes.
so you can see how crazy he is. Go ahead, Dallas. What you were saying?
Hey, these dudes, man. We don't even know what you said, bro.
I brought it back so he can spit on his phone. Go ahead, Riri.
so, and like I said, so when I was younger, I just turned 22, so I didn't work as a teenager and stuff like that. So my first job is now, and I'm working now. And so I didn't ever work on a Saturday. It was nothing. My mom was like, we're going to keep Sabbath, boom, boom. So now that I'm working, when I first started working, I had to break the Sabbath. And when I tell y'all, it was hard. I was like, I'm not used to this. I was scared. I thought God was gonna get me. I was worried. But I told my job, look, I'm cool with y'all. I'm a team player. I do everything I'm supposed to, but I'm gonna have to quit. Cause I need to find something that's gonna give me the Sabbath off. And they was like, no, we need you. You a good worker. And it's only cause I'm the youngest one and them old lady knees, they don't be working no more. They be making me get on the floor and under the bed and stuff like that. So I was like, that's the only reason why they kept me. But they gave me the Sabbath off. So I was like, okay, that's cool. And so now that I got it off, they be like, we don't never see you in the building no more and stuff like that. So I just be like, oh, like they be like, "Oh, you don't be snapping or nothing like that." And I be like, not only I gotta portray the image that I told them I am, I be like, well, if I do snap, then I'm not gonna be no better than them. So I just be walking away, and they be like, you be in your own little head, and I be like, yeah, I'm over here saying scriptures all day in my head so I don't react. Cause it's a lot of stuff I just be like, you know what? Don't even like I got harassed in the building. I got followed. People was following me. I got pulled up on. Like it's a lot of stuff. And I just be like, keep my head down and walk away. And then they be like, you don't be fighting, you don't fight. And I be like, cause I'm just gonna go home. I'll quit this job today. That dollar don't mean nothing to me. Them people love them little dollars. And I just be like, y'all don't have no control. Like it's not that deep. Not to me.
So, so Riri, I mean, you making good points. I want to give a moderator a chance if they want to comment on what you're saying because I think your main point is and it's out of your mouth, right? I think what you ultimately getting at is black women lack self control. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. So, any moderators want to deal with that? All right,
Hey,
go ahead,
real
Caleb.
quick. Hey Riri, get this for Riri, Matthew 5:17.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
Give me the light. I think it's 2 verses up. Light to the world.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Matthew chapter
verse.
5, verse 14.
14.
Ye are the light of the world.
So listen good, Riri.
it says ye are the light to the world. So while you at that job, make sure you keeping the commandments. Make sure you being an example um to those that don't know what you know. So it says be a light to them. Go ahead.
A city that is set on an hill cannot be hid.
Read.
Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel.
So right
But
now your light is shining. So while you on that job and you keeping the commandments and you doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're shining a light. So a lot of people that's in the midst of darkness, some of them don't want to be in the midst of that light. So they're gonna hate you. They're gonna get mad at you. They're gonna ridicule you. But at the end of the day, that means you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Go ahead.
on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house.
So now the house is going into the house of Israel. So as you going to work each and every day and you keeping God's commandments and you standing on what you stand on and you ain't wavering in it, you're being a light to those that are in darkness. Read.
Let your light so shine before men.
So now that's what Christ commanded us, commanded you. He said, let your light therefore shine before men. Read.
That they may see your good works.
That they may be able to observe that you following the law. It's a lot of people that's on this chat right now. Like you said, you 22 years old, sis. You said, listen, I had to find out that I was working on the Sabbath, and I was like, shit, I quit this job. Now, granted, your faith was just on that level, right? But the Most High was like, you know what? Since she really trying to follow me to that extent, then I'm gonna give her, I'm gonna show mercy, and I'm gonna allow her to be able to get the Sabbath off. You know how many people that's on this call right now, that's on this chat right now, that's scared to do that for the Lord. So even by you doing that, you telling people, listen, you gotta have faith. The Most High gonna do what He want to do. You letting your light shine. Read.
That they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
It's a lot of people, even that's on this chat, was like, damn, that little girl, I mean, that woman, young woman, 22-year-old woman, going hard for the truth to the point where she was ready to lay down a job just to keep that law. So your light shining, sis. So keep doing what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Just keep doing what you're doing, sis. Hey, all praise to the Most High, man. I mute my mic.
Hey Riri, I want to ask you. I see you in California. Have you reached out, congregated? Oh no, I was born in California, but I did go to the San Diego camp, but now I'm in the South Carolina camp. So I've been to all three too. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. All praises. And the reason I asked that is because at the end of the day, that's what we need. We need to come together and keep these laws. But I'll read you too, just to show you what the scriptures say about those sisters at your job, right? Because you got to be able to see what's happening and then reflect on the scriptures so you don't go into your emotions, right? So read Ecclesiastes 7 and verse 9 first.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 9. Be not hasty in thy spirit to be angry, for anger resteth in the bosom of fools.
So that's something you can see, right? You made reference to it, but here's a scripture you can reflect on when you see them getting angry quickly and moving without any type of wisdom. You could see the level of intelligence they have, right? Because if they were smart, they would look at it and say, "Why would I go to my job and piss everybody the hell off when I need to eat?" Right? The scriptures tell you. Give me that Matthew real quick, Matthew 10 and verse 16. So going back to what Caleb was just saying to you, right? You being that light and that example, you can see, okay, they don't have the wisdom of the Bible to know. Let me calm myself down and not create problems, right? Matthew 10 and verse 16.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves.
That's how you're supposed to move at work. You ain't supposed to be at work creating the ruckus, right? Cussing everybody the hell out, getting written up, right? So you doing it right at the end of the day, right? That's what the scriptures tell you to do, to move wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, right? Let them cuss everybody out. You just sit back and watch them and say, look, the Bible told me not to be quick to be angry. So you're doing that. You're doing the right thing. Last one, Proverbs 25 and verse 28.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 25 and verse 28. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls.
So that's what the black woman is like when she has no control over herself. It's like a city that everybody could just walk into. Ain't no type of security set up. So that's why they end up in all these situations. They get moved every type of way. Somebody say something, they ready to pop off, go off. Somebody nice to them one day, they ready to move this way. They have no defense system. So you learn in the Bible, you're able to regulate yourself and say, you know what? Let me chill out. Let me not be angry quickly. Let me be harmless in this situation. Let me speak up in this situation where it comes to keeping the Sabbath. There's no wisdom in that, right? And although you may be younger than them, the Bible definitely is going to show you how to move. And you know, at the end of the day, you may get one of them to repent through your actions. So that's the big thing you got to be able to see. It's easy to look at them and say they crazy as hell, but a lot of us, regardless of our age, we ain't been taught the right way. Make sense? Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, when I first started, they was like, everybody that comes in contact with me, even because I work in a hotel, so I get a lot of black people that will, you know, they come up there, all type of different people, and they always come up to me in the elevator and they be like, "You a Muslim? You a Muslim?" And I'll be like, "What? Why would you just assume that?" So I'd be confused, but then I'd be like, "Oh, well, I'm dressed like this," but I'd be like, so a lot of people don't know. Like I be thinking like a lot of people would know IUIC. I be thinking because y'all be on the street so heavy. And when I came in, I was 15. So I'd be like, why Mm. don't y'all know them? But then a lot of these people live so far out, like in Hopkins and stuff. They live far where a lot of the prophets not out there. Like, well, that I that they be saying. And so the people that live in the city, when they know what I believe in, they be like, "Oh yeah, I be seeing them. I be seeing them on the street." So that's another reason why I be acting, but trying to be cool, because I be like, "Well, they be seeing them," and then I say I believe in that, and I go there. I don't want to give a bad name, and then my name come up, and they be like, "Oh yeah, Raquel's now, I can't go there because she be tripping." So I don't want to give my name, like I don't want to do that to them or myself. So that's another reason why I be trying to be chill. But a lot of people don't be seeing them. So when I be like, yeah, I be going here and I be pulling up on the website, they be like, oh yeah. So that's another reason. But I try to be cool on the job because they be like, my boss, she be like, what we talking about? And a lot of them are, sodomites and stuff like that. So I already know I don't want nobody to keep trying to fight me. Yeah, nah. At the end of the day, use wisdom, right? You gotta move wise, right? So, uh, what city you said they in that they not seeing it? And Hopkins, Hawkins. it's like in East Over, like it's far. It's like Okay. deep out, like country. But Okay. it's like farther than the city. I live in the city, so All right. they they don't be seeing them. Copy. All right. All right. We'll make reference to it, but it's good to hear that. All right. Cool. Let's we'll move on to the next person. But thank you, Riri. Let's go to Roy. Roy, what you got on the topic? Roy, you there? If you are, come off mute. If not, let's go to Marty Mon.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. I feel like black people self sabotage simply, from listening to the church. Our ancestors was taught wrong, and it trickled down to our generation, and now we don't even realize why all this strife and negativity is happening to us. Like then when you finally learn, and you're trying to get off the hamster wheel, you got individuals that's going to clown you and make you feel bad, when you don't subscribe to the teachings anymore. Like
I had someone tell me straight up, and excuse me, but they told me, nigga, you full of shit. Because a month ago you was doing these things. That's what they told me. So when they start to see you, changing, who you are, they just don't believe it. And when I showed them in the Bible, they can't eat crabs or pork. They straight up tell me, oh well, God forgive me. God died for my sins. He died for me. And I tried to show them, Romans chapter 5 verse 16, a fire scripture that I learned in here a couple of days ago. They still don't listen. But I mean, we didn't learn this behavior somewhere out of the blue, somewhere down the line, like the church had to teach us to us. So like it's gonna be an endless, like a endless cycle, of self sabotage until we come away from this stuff. And I mean, my mic.
And now that's a heavy point. Anybody want to help the brother out? Said he pulling scriptures for people and they ain't listening.
Yes, go to Matthew chapter 7, verse 6.
The book of Matthew, chapter 7 and verse 6. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs.
Some of the people you're speaking to, their spirit is like a dog. And if you bother a dog that doesn't want to be bothered, what will happen, brother?
Yeah, you gonna get bit.
You're going to get bit. So that's why Christ said, what? Read it again.
Give not that which is holy unto the dogs.
Read on.
Neither cast ye your pearls before swine.
Would you put a pearl necklace on a filthy pig?
No, sir.
Okay, so if you decide, I'm still going to talk to dogs and try to dress up a pig, this is what's going to happen to you. Read on.
Lest they trample, lest they trample them under their feet.
They're going to spiritually step on what you're saying, tell you you're full of shit, tell you a whole bunch of things contrary to the Bible to break your spirit. Read on.
And turn again and rend you.
And then they're going to attack you. They're going to attack your beliefs. They're going to attack your change. Okay, I used to get attacked a lot when I first changed. And that was the best part of my walk with God, to show people, yes, I used to be that nigga in the street, but look at me now. Okay, that's the best part. Here I am all these years later, and look at me now. And this is what makes the Bible real. Not when they're attacking you, when you take a stand for God. Psalms chapter 96:14.
The book of Psalms, chapter 96 and verse 14. Uh, there is no 14.
94:16, I think.
16.
94. Tripping. The book of Psalms, chapter 94 and verse 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers?
That's what God called you for, because a lot of people won't do it. They want to be full of shit in the church. So the question is, are you going to do that? Rise up for the Most High against the evildoers. Read on.
Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
So that's why I told you that was the best part for me. Because for the first time, I was standing up for God. And I was moving against the workers of iniquity. I wasn't going with the crowd. I wasn't going along to get along. I wasn't being fake. So the pride that y'all hear me come with in this room is because I went to war for God. And I'm still going to war for him. And I don't care about nobody. I don't care about their feelings. I don't care about your emotions. And I left bodies along the way, spiritual bodies, because I had to cut ties. I had to cut family members off, cut friends off, cut people off. Okay? That's why Christ said, Matthew chapter 10, verse 34. Read it.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth.
And I didn't understand that in the beginning. I'm trying to make peace with everybody with the scriptures. Read on.
I came not to send peace, but a sword.
The Bible is a sword. Then I realized God is making me. Y'all, you ever saw the movie The Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise?
Nah, I don't think I saw that one.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Everybody on this chat needs to watch that movie. The movie starts with him being forced into combat against his will. And he keeps dying in combat because the world is under attack. And he keeps reliving the same day over and over until he stops fighting and learns how to fight because he didn't want to do it. He kept saying, look, I'm not no soldier. This is not me. I just deal with paperwork. And then he became the most dangerous person in the movie. That's us. That's what God did to us. He took us at a regular point in our life when we was a shit doing nothing, and then he put us into a war. And we're fighting against the greatest force known to mankind. The world is under attack. The people who did that movie, they had to know the Bible because there was too much spiritual things in there. It went over a lot of people's heads because they use aliens. But there was so much spiritual things in there that you know they got it from the Bible. Like, for instance, there was a way that they could see things before it happened. The same thing with us. We're learning the spirit of prophecy in the Bible. There was a woman in there who was able to have the same power as uh, Tom Cruise, but she got injured. And she told Tom Cruise, no matter what, don't let them give you a blood transfusion. He said, kill yourself because after you die, you always come back. You always come back. But if you get injured and they transfuse somebody else's blood into you, you lose the power, the spiritual power he had to be able to see into the future. It's the same thing with us. Our spirit is in our blood. It says it in the Bible. You are only exceptional based on the blood that you have flowing through your veins as an Israelite and the spirit that God gave you. So if you get a transfusion from somebody else, another spirit is now in your body. Those white writers did not know this on their own. So I'm just telling you, it's the same thing now. You've been called to fight. This is not Bible study. And a lot of y'all take this like this is some damn Bible study group, and you just love to hear the scriptures come out. There's a war for your soul. There's a war for the world. Okay? And then when you watch The Edge of Tomorrow, you're probably gonna have to watch it a couple of times. Because I was blown. I may have watched it maybe 8 or 9 times or more because every time I watched it, I picked up more things. Okay, where the reason why they couldn't defeat the enemy is because the enemy uh, was watching them spiritually, just like Satan is watching us spiritually. It says that your adversary, the devil, goeth about like a roaring lion to see who he may devour. So the enemy, the alien that they were fighting, kept defeating them because the enemy was always one step ahead of them. So he started to see, yo, how come this plays out the same time? We keep getting defeated. Then he realized that they were spiritually watching the humans and seeing where they were going to be, and they were getting there before them and setting them up and wiping them out. It's the same thing with us right now. The devil been kicking our ass since God unleashed him on us, but we become so spiritually connected to God, we can see his moves before they happen. And that's what happens in the movie. I don't want to give it away. I don't want to give away the movie for you movie buffs. Some of you, this is just going to go over your head and you're just going to go back to watching comedy and stupid shit. But the spirituality in the movie was exactly what I explained. There's a fight between good and evil. And y'all got to know how to recognize that. This is not no Bible study group, man. Your life, you're going to pay for not learning God and serving him the right way. Billions of people are going to die. That's what Armageddon is. That's what the great day of judgment is. That's what the lake of fire is. Eventually, God is going to say, okay, who learned and who didn't learn? And the people who didn't learn, they are going to die. Just like the sister that was talking about the people on her job, to hell with them. You don't explain yourself. Christ said to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. I don't have to tell people why I dress the way I dress. Ain't nobody asking the Arabs why they dress the way they dress. It's none of their damn business. Now, if they come to you on the meek, on the humble, hey, I notice you always got a skirt on, you always have your head wrapped. Christ said, get Matthew chapter 10, verse 11, real quick.
The book of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 11. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter. Inquire in it is worthy. Who in it is worthy?
Because everybody's not worthy for you to be explained. You don't explain to everybody why you got fringes on, why you got your head wrapped, why you got a skirt. Some of them are just asking to attack you. They're gonna use the information against you, like at my job. Well, I didn't have what you people have. When I first came into the truth, I was a young man. It was 20 something years ago. There was no YouTube. There was no social media. You didn't see a whole bunch of Israelites everywhere. So when I was so happy about the truth, I was telling everybody, yeah, we the Israelites. Uh, God is black and Christ. And the people were like, yeah, yeah. Then they went back to my boss and say, yo, this guy don't like white people. And that's not what I told them. But because I said that Christ was black and that the white image was fake, it was counterfeit, and I was explaining them, then I realized everybody asking you questions, it's not because they care. So if you at your job telling everybody everything about you, you setting your ass up to be a target. So that's why Christ said to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. How does a serpent move? Slow, calculated, and careful. A serpent is deadly. It could kill you with one bite. But it'll be in your house. It'll be in your car. It'll be right where you are in the jungle, and you won't even see it coming. It'll be right up on your neck. You don't hear a snake coming unless it's a rattlesnake. Most of the time, you do not see or hear a serpent. So that's why Christ gave those characteristics. Be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And again with the woman, y'all like to talk too much. Okay, you have to have your guard up higher because it is not your job to teach. It's the men's jobs to teach. So you don't go and tell everybody every single thing you're doing. Christ said to inquire first if they're worthy. Then you could let them know. You see where they are spiritually. You see what they believe. Somebody asked me, yo, what's those things on your shirt? Oh, it's in the Bible. Are you an Israelite? I don't tell them yay or nay. I just tell them it's in the Bible. I follow the Bible. Then as I see uh, that they have genuine concern, then I'll tell them. But I don't walk around telling everybody I'm an Israelite. Look at my fringes. Why you don't have your fringes on? Read it again.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 11. And into whatsoever city or town ye shall enter. Inquire who in it is worthy.
Even Christ wasn't telling everybody he was the Son of God. He told people, don't tell nobody who I am. So why? What make you people feel you got to announce to everybody I'm an Israelite? Where y'all getting that from? Christ said to inquire who is worthy. Because there's people who take your business and harm you. They'll have you in HR. They'll follow you around. Okay, when my daughter, I had to pull her out of school because she was the only person with a skirt on out of 1,300 kids. And they started harassing her because of her skirt. And she was only 12 years old. But eventually I told her, as she got older, she understood. She didn't know how to deal with the hostility. She didn't know how to deal with, there was no big IUIC school and videos and everything at the time when she was young. And she's around a bunch of niggas that don't know no better. So I said, whatever they, don't tell them your business. Don't say nothing to them. Okay, I remember one time we had to go to the school because some boys was harassing her. And the security, I gave the name. They would say, oh, that girl with the long skirt. They didn't even say her name. But the security knew. And one of the securities was like, yo, y'all need to take her out to school because they're going to keep picking on her. So you women especially, y'all need to learn how to listen to what Christ said. When you enter into a city, inquire who in it is worthy. Read on.
And there abide till ye go thence.
Then you can relax. You can let your guard down. You can abide till you move to your next destination. Read on.
And when ye come into an house, salute it.
We say most high in Christ blessed. That's our salutation. That's our greeting. If I say that to somebody and they be like, man, to hell with that. Where the weed at? Yo, you ain't got no weed? Yo, you saw the game? I already know that my salute was not met the right way.
So I'm going to change my posture. He said, before you go into the house, salute it. Let them know what your business is. Read on.
And if the house be worthy,
Notice
let
what he
your
says. If the house be worthy, if you may be around a bunch of niggas. If the house be worthy, read on.
let your peace come upon it.
You're going to have peace there. You could talk about the scriptures. You have to assess every individual. Do they believe in God before you start talking Israelite? They don't know what no Israelite is. And what they do know about the Israelites is bad. Ain't no good shit on the internet about Israelites. There's no warm and friendly site about the Israelites. You type in Israelites, the first thing that come up is wickedness and evil. They did this, they did that. Y'all got to start using common sense, man. Especially you women. Okay? He said, if the house be worthy, let your peace come upon it. Because now they're going to be like, look, I want to learn what you learn. I want to know about God. Read on.
But if it be not worthy, let
They
your
getting
peace
high, they smoking weed. The women got skin tight jeans on. There's alcohol there. They drinking. They listening to nigga music and hip hop. The house is not worthy. Read on.
let your peace return to you.
Leave. Don't go around wicked niggas and then complain that they wicked niggas. You don't catch me around nobody in the world. I don't talk about what I deal with at my job. The biggest complaint is why are you the only person here that won't shave? Because my beard don't grow good. It's like uneven. There's patches on it. So it's not like I got a neat, cool beard. I waited a long time for my beard to even grow out. So it don't grow that good. But my boss be like, yo, when you gonna shave? I don't tell him I'm an Israelite. I'm not shaving my beard. I just tell him, look, I like it. They ask me, are you Muslim? Are you this? Are you that? Nah, I just like, why I gotta be a religion? Why I can't grow the hair on my face that God gave me? Okay, so y'all gotta evolve to another level now. Y'all gotta know who you're speaking to. He said, when you enter into a city, inquire who is worthy. When you come into a house, salute it, if the house be worthy. Christ told y'all how to move. Y'all not reading and y'all not listening. Read on.
And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet.
Christ said they're dirt. To hell with them. I don't be why. Well, why you don't want to listen? I don't care. Christ said shake the. Christ didn't say chase nobody down and ask them why you don't want to listen. He said shake off the dust from your feet. They're like filth. Read on.
Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for
God said
that
they're gonna
city.
die. What happened to Sodom and Gomorrah? They were burned up. He said the people who don't listen to you and your walk with Christ, they're gonna get worse than the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. So y'all can't be emotional when y'all come across niggas and they don't want to listen. Or people at your job and you trying to tell them how happy you are to be an Israelite. That's none of their damn business. You go to work, you do your 8, then skate. Okay, now as you build relationships and you learn who you could trust, then you can let them know stuff. But I've been reprimanded at my job. I've been attacked at my job for my beliefs. So I'm telling you from a place of experience. Okay? A lot of y'all are young and y'all doing dumb shit and y'all not listening. Nothing that y'all doing that y'all say here, the Bible says to do. Christ said, inquire first if they're worthy. When you before you even go into the house, salute them. What's the salute? To see if these people even believe in God. I don't walk through my neighborhood and work, uh, letting everybody know, hey, I'm an Israelite. Look how long my beard and my fringes are. That's none of their damn business. And if they question me, I'm like, yo, why you don't ask that woman over there why she got her head wrap or her hijab or the Sikh that got the red dot on their head or there's a lot of other religions. Why you bothering me? You don't ask the Muslims nothing. Y'all got to learn how to answer people. Read on.
Verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves.
Meaning people are going to attack us for our beliefs. What could a sheep do against a wolf? Just get him a knife and fork and tell him where to cut you up at. And put some salt on you if you're the sheep. You ain't fighting no wolf. 100 sheep can't fight a wolf. They just got to wait to be eaten. Read on.
Be ye therefore wise as serpents and
So y'all got to
harmless
use
as doves.
wisdom, and be harmless as a dove. At the same time, don't let people think that you're dangerous. You tell somebody you're Israelite and they don't know who you are, the cell phone is right in front of their hand. I didn't have that years ago. The information about the Israelites was not readily available on the internet. YouTube is new. We were the first people to put videos on YouTube. We wasn't wearing no purple. Nobody knew about the Israelites. Now everybody knows us everywhere. You could Google, boom, what comes up? Wickedness, evil. They killed somebody. They did this. They're a cult. There's people, enemy putting up evil content against us every. Ain't nobody putting up no good shit about no Israelites. And Revelations warned you that you will be a target. Revelation chapter 12:17. So I don't know what y'all be listening. I know y'all don't listen to me when I teach, because I go over this all the time in my class. Revelation 12:17. I don't know who y'all listening to or what camp y'all watching.
The book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman
The
and
spiritual demon Satan is going to get angry with us as we start to grow. Read on.
went to make war with the remnant of her seed,
There's a small remnant of the Israelites that Satan is going to target. He ain't going to target every camp because a lot of camps are wicked. You got some good brothers out there in the camps, but the leaders of their camps are wicked, as we've seen these past 2 weeks. You got wicked niggas talking about they home of the truth with no type of proof, lying before everybody. Now, there may be some sincere people there, but God is doing something great. He's causing things to happen so that you could do an assessment. But you got to question the leader. Like I said earlier, if the leader of my church keep another man name in his mouth from another camp and he's lying on him, I'm going to be hurt. It's going to bother me. I'm going to be like, yo, I'm here to learn the word of God. And you keep talking about these people. You keep bringing up this camp. You keep saying stuff you can't substantiate. You ain't no leader. You just showing your jealousy. You showing you just like the nigga down the street. But why is God doing this? We're going to get that scripture in a minute. Read on.
and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which
Satan is going to target a remnant of the Israelites, which what?
keep the commandments of God
He's only going to go after the one that keep the commandments, because every camp is not keeping the commandments. The same niggas that be banging on us, they say fringes is gay. There's video of them saying if you put fringes on your shirt, you're gay. Where's that in the Bible? And you got stupid niggas that listen to them and believe it. They defile the Sabbath. They'll go to camp. You'll see them buying, selling everything. Their woman is dressed out of order. So that's why I said earlier, if I got to tell somebody what camp to go to, you need to study some more. And I'm not bringing you around me. This is a joke. You play in church. You're just a Christian learning about the Israelites, and you are dangerous. You're going to harm my people around me. So just watch online. Stay away. I turn more people away than I allow to come around. Because with all the information out there, you obviously, the spirit is not on you of discernment. You don't know how to discern right from wrong. So you're going to bring that foolishness around me. And just like Christ, he was feeding the masses. He brought people back from the dead. He broke the scriptures down. He reformed the church. But eventually, them same people I'm talking about right now that don't know right from wrong, they were screaming out, crucify him. Meaning, if the Pharisees get into their head enough, as wicked as they are, that you're going to listen to their lies. It's the same shit we seeing now. How you in a group and you seeing the leader lying and you're not saying nothing, but I need a place to fellowship. I know they off. I know something's wrong with them, but I need a place to fellow. You're crazy as hell. So that mean when they tell lies, you're gonna sit there and listen to it and give them money? They telling you to give them tithes while they telling lies? It was the same thing happened to Christ. Christ did things, miracles that the people never seen. He fed them out. He fed thousands of people. He was healing. He was giving people back their sight. He healed the woman of infirmity 18 years. No doctor could help her. He made people walk. He raised people from the dead. But as soon as them niggas, them confused niggas who don't know the scriptures, that don't nothing, as soon as the Pharisees put lies on them, they all scream out, crucify him. It's the same shit now. Same exact shit now. I don't know which camp. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You stay away from people like that, man. Stay away from them. Because eventually those same people calling themselves Israelites, when Satan, the leader, the wicked leaders of the camp, manipulate them, they're going to be attacking us. And while they were saying, oh, I love IUIC, I love him, oh, the bishop, oh, his teachings is great. No, you confused. And you will flip on us in a minute, just like Judas Iscariot. So give me First Corinthians chapter 11 and start with verse 18.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 11, and verse 18. For first of all, when ye come together in the church, I hear I hear that there be divisions among you.
Some saying you can wear fringes. Some saying don't wear it. Some saying you could buy and sell on the Sabbath. Sister, there's women's pants. You don't have to cover your head. The Apocrypha is not
Can
canon. All this stupid shit that you can easily y'all got Google. I didn't have that. I had to go to the library. I had to get a library card and go in the library and stay. There was no such thing as Google, Wikipedia when I was learning back in 96, 97. I had to spend money that I didn't have to buy books and read the whole thing to get the information that the bishop is making readily available to y'all now, minutes in a class. And some of y'all are still simple and clueless as hell. I'm scared of y'all. That's why I keep my circle very, very small. People be like, oh, I emailed you. I'm like, look, if it's important, I'm going to get back to you. I'm not answering every email. I'm moving how Christ moved. Get that. Matthew said we're going to come back here. Matthew chapter 7, verse 24. This is how Christ moved.
the book of Matthew, chapter 7, and verse
No, it's Mark,
24.
Mark 7:24.
Yes, sir. The book of Mark, chapter 7, verse 24. And from thence he arose and went into the borders of Tyre and Zidon,
He was moving from city to city. Read on.
and entered into an house, and would have no man know it,
He ain't want nobody knowing his whereabouts. Read on.
but he could not be hid.
Because he was popular. So people spotted him. They was like, yo, that's that dude right there. Yeah, that's him. That's Christ. But it said when he entered into a house, he didn't want nobody to know where he was because he knew he couldn't trust the people. And it's the same thing now. I can't believe all the bullshit I'm seeing on the internet and people still trying to figure out which camp is good and which camp is bad. Something's wrong with your spirit, man. You ain't right in your head. And it was the same thing with Christ. They couldn't tell the difference between Christ, who was working miracles, and the Pharisees, who were straight up liars. They were straight up lying. It said that they got men to tell lies on him. And eventually everybody said, well, it must be true. Just like the bullshit they're doing with us now. There's more lying videos against us than there are videos supporting us. Look up how many people are doing videos in support of us than how many people are lying on us. You probably
probably can't even find two or three. I only know of like maybe two girls who's not with us that they can't make it to the school. They was young. They already started a page supporting Israel United in Christ. What's all the pages saying how great our works are? Do a search. Most of the stuff you're gonna see is other black Hebrew Israelite camps doing videos against us and repeating lie after lie after lie. Go back to 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 19.
First
I'm
Corinthians chapter.
aware of what's going on in this Bible. I read this Bible. I'm living it. I'm breathing it. I'm seeing it. Some of y'all still playing church, and you people playing church. You're dangerous, especially you young people and you women, because y'all don't know no better, and you'll be tossed to and fro with every wind of doctrine. Read on.
For there must be also heresies among you,
God is
that
not
they
going to make it clear. He's going to make it so that people come up with heresies. You don't have to wear fringes. You can wear pants. There's women's pants. You can eat pork as long as you pray over it. You can buy and sell on the Sabbath. The Sabbath cut starts when the sun. Those are heresies. Sister, you don't have to have your head covered. You could follow Christmas. That's the day that you just celebrating Christ. There's nothing wrong with Easter. That's the resurrect. That's a heresy. That's a heresy. You can eat that shrimp, that crab, that lobster. All you got to do is pray over it. That's a heresy. So the Bible says there must be heresies among you. Why?
for the for there must be also heresies among you, that they which are approved may be made manifest among
The
you.
people who are of God, you'll see it. They'll be made manifest. So that's why I said I keep my circle small until you've been made manifest. That you ain't no idiot. And you ain't no yes man. And you ain't no simple sister that just follow everybody everywhere. Anybody you see on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, you making a friend request. I don't keep those people around me, man. I learned that from the street. I mute my mic. Hey, all praise to the Most High, man. Y'all, hopefully y'all listening and y'all learned something, man. Hopefully that wasn't wasted. Definitely, the word don't go out void. So, I'm sure somebody picked something up. So the topic: how does the black community self-sabotage? Remember the emails up at the top, biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. Reach out to us. You can get the free beginner booklet. There's more where that came from. You can follow us on all social media platforms, Biblical Smoke at Biblical Smoke. Let's go to, we got Roy. Roy, you weren't able to speak last time, so I'm gonna try to go to you. See if your mic
Hey,
is working.
shalom, most high Christ bless.
Hey, Shalom. What you got on the topic? Or anything that you just heard.
Oh, well, what I just heard was excellent, you know, I can't follow up behind that. That's the mighty deacon right there. But
A1
just
on here.
just on oh yeah,
For the
yeah,
record.
definitely. A1.
Go ahead.
Um, but just to play like the devil advocate, I guess. I feel like with this topic, we can't forget about Ezekiel 35 verse 5, if we can get that.
I got a problem with what you said, but we're gonna read it. Let's read it. Let's read it.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 35 and verse 5. Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred, and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword, in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had an end.
So yes, I feel like we got to go hard for on our people because we are hard headed, stiff necked. But at the same time, we can't forget who the enemy is. You know what I mean? And what all they have done. Because our people don't even know who the enemy is. A lot of them don't know. They still buddy with them, and everything's cool. You know what I mean? But there's another scripture that says, we should separate ourselves from them. You know what I mean? So uh just following up on this topic, I feel like we shouldn't forget about that scripture right there as well.
Okay, so just so I'm following you, is it more so that the enemy is playing a large part in it? Is that what you're saying?
I they play a large part. They also it's just like when we say like, oh, we should stop smoking and stop doing all these drinking and you know, selling our bodies and stuff like that. All these things, right? But they are the ones who putting that stuff in our neighborhoods. You know what I mean? So it's like, of course, like yeah, we have to battle with these sins every day, but we can't forget that they put this stuff in our neighborhoods. We can't because we're not owning these liquor stores. We're not owning, you know, these gas stations that sells the cigars and all this stuff. We're not bringing in the crack cocaine and all the other type of drugs, you know, whatever. We're not the ones that bringing in that. So it's like when we speak on like, okay, we have to correct ourselves. We have to come up from our position. We also have to mention uh you know what they've done. You know what I mean? And I came on here late, so I'm not sure if Ezekiel 35 and verse 5 was like brought up already. I'm just giving my opinion.
Okay. All right. Any moderators want to reply to that? All right. The thing I'll say too is I agree, right? That we read that earlier. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked, but the important thing is for us to focus on what we can fix, right? What we could change. There's definitely a enemy that's against us, but for us to, I definitely don't want to give us that cop out because that's what our people use all the time. Is that um, Esau's the reason, right? Or the enemy's the reason, right? At the end of the day, give me Deuteronomy 28 verse 15. Let's just read that scripture. I'm not going to say they don't put drugs in our community. They don't put gang violence on the TV, so on and so forth. And those things definitely influence us. But we all have a choice, right? To some extent, right? Especially when we learn this information. We even heard tonight. There's quite a few of us that are learning this information, but they're not applying it. So read Deuteronomy 28 verse 15.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So the curses came upon us because we chose not to follow what God said, right? So let's if we take it back to the times of us being even in rulership, right? It's easy to look at now and say this is the issue, but there was a point where we knew better and we chose not to follow God, right? So it's easy to look at today and just be like, hey man, it's on them. But today the topic is, are we self sabotaging ourselves? And so it's not going into what they do, but it's more so going into the fact that we choose to continue to perpetuate certain things. Because you heard a lot of people come on here and say, I know this is bad. I know the rap music is bad. I know this alcoholism is bad. I know these different things are bad, but we pick it, right? We continue to do it. So, I ain't saying your point ain't valid in that they attempt to destroy us. But what we got to be able to do is understand the discipline of the Bible and start to apply it in our lives. And that's exactly what we're teaching. So I hear you.
All praises, all praises.
All right. We'll go to Sharil. Sharil, you there? Might have fell asleep. All right, we'll go to Abigail. Shalom. Nice long. Excuse me. Most High in Christ bless leadership, officers, brothers and sisters. I'm a little hoarse, so please forgive me. I was just listening to what everyone was saying, but before I say that, let me just say that A1 has been a big part of my being able to cut ties with those that didn't mean me well or that were a stumbling block in my way. Just listening to his direct approach, clear, you know, um, scriptures and precepts and just, going hard for the truth.
And I am so appreciative that the Most High, put A1 in my orbit. I just wanted to say that first. Okay. And a big part of, why we're so sabotaging in my mind is because 2/3 of us are our enemies. That's 2/3, you know, and so we come across all these negative sources every day in our families, in the people we work with, in the people we interact with, and that sort of thing. Um, and we're having to face it and we're having to deal with it. And a lot of times we will make excuses. I've heard mothers say, well, my lights were going to be cut out, so my son went sold a little weed. Or, well, she's wearing, these, hoochie outfits, but she's a good girl, you know. So, and just excuse after excuse for poor behavior, you know. Um, and then when you try to, get into the scriptures, or you try to, you know, give what you consider wise counsel, you're shunned because my family, they've decided that I'm in a cult, you know. And so someone said to me today, when I was just feeling a little off, and, I said, my family, you know, refer to the truth as a cult. And they said, you got to stop letting them kill you because they're killing you. They don't know they're doing it, but they're doing it. And so that's a lot of how we're self sabotaging, because again, like I said, 2/3, of us are our enemies. And, that's basically all I wanted to say.
Yeah, nah, that's a good point. What you're getting at is the majority of our people, especially in this land, right, is going to be wicked, right? So that's a good point. Any moderators want to comment on that? Nah, we'll keep it moving. All right, let's keep it moving, and we're gonna go to Yvette. Sharu, we'll come to you. Yvette, what you got on the topic? If you on mute, you got to hit the little mic button on the bottom right. See you on mute there. So maybe you talking. If not, we'll come to Sharu, and then we'll come back to you. Go ahead, Sharu. Yes, sir. All right, you guys, shalom. So I feel it's a few ways that the quote unquote black community self sabotage. For one, definitely like right now, what I see the most, really, a lot of I could say people 35 and under. It's not much. It's not so much so of religion because a lot of them don't even go to church. And if they, and half of them don't believe in Christ, they, oh, it's a high believer in higher power, but I don't believe in Christ. It's a white man's book. These things here is what I hear mostly. But what I see, definitely the self sabotage is the music within, like I say, maybe, the 35 and younger. In my, you know, with what I see with the people around me. The music, like it really, it takes them over, man. And these also the TV shows like The Power and like how it glorify drug dealing and being a gangster and killing, your own. And like this is what you do to get money and be cool, and I really feel like that's one of the main things because, like I say, these people ain't going to church. The people in church, them old folks, they're stuck in setting their way. Uh, also, I agree with sis when she was like, when it comes down to family and things, yeah, oh, you're in a cult and this and that, but and then you try to bring stuff out to your family. About the pagan holidays, right? One example, I tell my grandmother,
I quoted the script then, but I forgot it now. But I know you guys know when it says you don't cut down a tree and bring it in your house and decorate it with silver and gold. You know what she told me? She said, "Well, I don't have silver and gold on my tree. It's red and something like." Yeah, I just
Dang.
it, you hear. And then she says, "Oh, her favorite line is that's what your Bible say." Aren't we reading the same Bible? Is this not the same God you say you love? You know, like you got keep the commandment. And then, but their thing is with me, you know, they always say, "Well, you ain't perfect. You do this, this, and this. So you used to do this, this, and this." You know, and looking at us, like us, who knows the truth and kind of know who we are, and you try to invite them to the Sabbath or whatever, and it's like, you still, it's so much they look at you. Like y'all gotta say, we do have to set a good example for the rest of the world. I mean, and family members, things like that, to, to even try to take you serious. But like my family, like just the way I used to be, you know, they just, it's just like, nah, but they're like, I'm like, you can't look at me and what I do or what I did, to say no, to opening your mind up and actually hearing the word correctly, like listening to the Bible be broke down correctly. You got to follow Christ. Don't worry about what I do, how I'm doing it, my path. You supposed to be following after Christ. Don't follow after me. I think my mom said is, when I see you 100% right and da 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 da, then I come with you on Sabbath. But why are you looking at me as your leader or someone to, once I see you do it, I'm gonna do it. No, do it for yourself. Do it for Christ. Do it, you know what I'm saying, for the Most High. But I mean, Hosea 4:6 tells it all. 2/3 of Israel. I mean, that's not Hosea 4:6, but quote. I mean, comma. 2/3 of Israel. It's not gonna make it. I always, when I spread the word, I tell people, you gotta try to be that remnant, and that part there, it wakes a lot of them up. You know, that who are enlightened and open minded. But that's all I have to say.
Yeah, my thing, at the end of the day, right? Read Jeremiah 3:14. I think we try to save everybody we can, especially in our family, because I heard that like 2 or 3 times today. So we'll read this real quick.
Jeremiah chapter 3 and verse 14. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Lord, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city, and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion.
So the odds, according to God, ain't gonna be high, right, with your family. So I know we always get caught up on, hey, I told my grandma and she ain't listen. I told my auntie and she ain't listen. The Lord said, I'm gonna bring 2 of you out of your entire family. So we got to read stuff like this and just be like, all right, look, if that's the Lord's will for my granny or my pops or whomever it may be, that's what it is, right? We can't sit here and try to force it on them, right? Because Granny said her my tree ain't silver, it's red. So Lord will she repent, but the Bible's telling you, hey, the odds is already slim when it comes to your family and them accepting the truth. You understand, sis?
Oh yeah, yes sir. And I've been accept that. I accepted that. Like basically probably a month in, going in the truth. Being going,
No praise.
full Sabbath straight, and you know, and then knowing that the 2/3 and this and that, and then knowing the scripture that says, Christ, he didn't come back to do bring peace or something. He can, and he'll set up a daughter against the mother. So it's supposed to be that way. So I understand, yes sir.
All praise. All right. Cool, 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 cool. We
Hey, brother,
will go ahead, go ahead.
I,
Hey,
I, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Uh, I had to step away for a minute, but I heard the sister saying that the words that I bring here, they help her in her walk with the Most High. She's still here,
Yeah, that's Abigail.
Yes, sir.
Abigail.
I'm glad you said that because a lot of times I come into the room and I have to adjust my spirit to the point where I know what I'm going to say is going to hurt a lot of people and it's going to save a lot of people. And I can only say what's best for them. I can't tell them what they want to hear. So whenever I hear, especially a sister say that the words moved her the right way, I feel like when Christ gave the parable about the man with 100 sheep and one goes away and he rejoices when he finds it, showing you the importance of just that one sheep. So I'm glad that you said that. But the point I was trying to make for you guys, I took a lot of beatings in this walk so that you guys don't have to. Okay, like in the beginning, it was hard because I didn't have nobody to explain this to. There was nobody going through it. There was no support system. So a lot of what you see me the way I am now is because it's been a fight from day one. Everything that you could lose, I lost. Family, friends, money, job, loved ones, everything. It's just been a battle. And at first I couldn't understand it because of the lies that were told to me concerning God. But go to Judges chapter 3, verse 1. This is how God operates. The scriptures tell you, no, before you go there, give me give me 1 second. Uh, give me Exodus chapter 15, verse 3.
Book of Exodus, chapter 15, and verse 3. The Lord is a man of war.
That's not what they tell you in the Christian church. They tell you God is good all the time and God is love. And you don't have the love of Jesus in you. And I kept looking for that love of Jesus, but it wasn't in the human beings around me. Everybody around me was not nice. They were fake. But this is the scripture that made me reposition how I was in my walk. Read it again.
The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name.
And that's what you people have been called into, a war, a spiritual war. Go to Judges chapter 3, verse 1.
The book of Judges, chapter 3, verse 1. Now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan. Only that generation of the children of Israel might know, to teach them war, at the least such as before knew nothing thereof.
Prior to coming into this Bible, I knew nothing about a spiritual fight. So I would question God all the time. Why did I have to have the mother I had? Why do I have to be in the family I'm in? Why did I have to go do this? And it's the same thing you're reading it in Judges. He didn't remove all the enemies of Israel. He left them there so that they could learn. Read it one more time so that people could get this into their head. Judges 3, verse 1.
Verse 1. Now these are the nations which the Lord left to prove Israel by them.
There's, there's people that God is leaving around you at your job, in your house, in your relationship to prove you. He's not just going to make it just a walk in the park, tiptoe through the tulips. Everything's going to be all right now. No. The same thing he did with the nation, he's going to do with you. Read on.
Even as many of Israel had not known all the wars of Canaan.
I didn't know all the wars of our forefathers, stuff Joseph went through when he was imprisoned by his own brothers, Cain killing Abel, David fighting with his own son trying to take his kingdom. I didn't understand that stuff. I didn't realize that these were real life people who God walked with and talked with, and he was putting them through things. And he's going to do it to us too when we come in here. It's not that lie that they tell you in the church. Everything's going to be all right. Just pay your tithes while they tell you lies. He left people around the Israelites to teach them war because they didn't know we're fighting against the spiritual demon Satan. He don't come and knock on your door. He comes through other people. And God is grooming you now to rule in his kingdom. And if you don't know how to war, how could you maintain his kingdom? Watch this. Revelation 3 verse 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 3, and verse 12. Him that overcometh will I make a pillar in the temple of my God.
What does a pillar do? It's a support system. We're spiritual pillars for God. And we got to overcome this war. We got to overcome the evil around us so God can say, you are worthy of being in my kingdom. So you're going to go through stuff. So this is what grounded me. And this is what I had to learn on my own. So I took a lot of ass whooping so you people don't have to. I took a lot of hurt so you people don't have to. I mute my mic.
Oh, praise. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. We got Anne Marie next. Shalom, everybody, brothers, sisters, and everybody inside of the comments. I want to speak about the topic, and I'm noticing that my accent is coming out because I'm a little upset, so I need to calm myself down just for a little bit, all right? It's saying, how does the black community self sabotage? It goes back, we got to go back sometime. All right, I'm a little older than some people, so a lot of people don't even realize what has happened. And the reason why I know is because it was explained to me from a child growing up through my family. And it started with drugs. They went after Chicago first, and it started with horse. And if nobody don't know what horse is, that's when they take the cocaine and they mix it with the heroin, and then it entered into New York and they brought it into our communities, and that didn't enter until the 80s, but they first went after those that could afford it, and that was those that were in the music industry. We started self-sabotaging in New York in the 70s, and it started when we were, for the most part of us that might be in our, you're going to say in our 50s, because those are in our 40s, they don't understand. There used to be discipline in the schools and also in your neighborhood. You went outside and you messed up, there was always somebody in their window pointed a finger and said, I'm gonna tell your father. You didn't want to, never wanted to hear those words. And then all of a sudden, when we got into the mid 70s, those that were older than us, they're now in their 60s, 70s. They didn't want nobody in their business, and they started to fight the neighborhood. I remember this because I've seen it. I grew up in Queens Village. A lot of my family, a lot of my older family, my great aunt, she died at 125 years old, and she was in the Bronx, New York. And the church just started to change in the late 70s, because in the early 70s and beyond, and that they taught the commandments of God, the 10 commandments. But you always felt like there was more commandments than that. But they didn't teach you how to really read the Bible. And what people don't understand is that when they lost the prayer in school, which was in the late 60s into the 70s, the prayers started leaving the schools in New York. And we remember, those of us that's in our 50s and our 60s and older, we remember it. Because you had a time where they would give a pause and you had 5 minutes where you could pray, or they prayed over the loudspeaker. And you said the Lord's Prayer, or whatever prayer that person that was saying, which would usually be the principal.
and it was a good prayer to keep you going. When prayer left the school because of that striking, I can't even say it was Guinea. He wouldn't give them striking or whatever. What was he? Oh Jesus. I think it was German. Took it to court in New York to take prayer out of the school. He was a striking. What you call them people again? Somebody help me. That don't believe in God. I can't remember the word of them people. Um, atheists. That's it, right? Them
Yep.
striking people took to the courts in New York City and won to take prayer out of the striking school and took the punishment where you can get whacked on your hand or your behind by your teacher. That's when you had that's when you had people keeping themselves somewhat in order. It came to the point where they was first going after the boys because the boys was always doing something mischievous to the girls. They always did something to try to scare you with worms or something, you know what I mean? They didn't want to mean too much about it. They did it because they liked the girl or whichever. That's how it was explained to me. But it was the girls that started getting out of order in the 70s because their mothers were the ones that started to fight against all the principles that were in the school to keep yourself in order. And people forget, I was born in Jamaica. Things were strict. Things was according to the Bible as they understood it. But it was always raise the child and keep the child chastised and keep the child in order. And if you had to hit your child, you beat that child, but you didn't try to beat your child to kill him. I remember many a days I get in trouble. So, won't even go there. Won't even go there. But the sabotage on the black community didn't happen till much later. So let's go into the 80s. That's when they dropped the crack cocaine. First, it was just cocaine would come into the areas. People would sniff the cocaine and stuff like that. But if you didn't have the money, you didn't buy it. It was something that you did on the weekend. And then it came into what oh gosh, what I'm losing my thought. Hold up. Base. That's when you cooked your own. And then it turned into crack, which was something that was mixed to actually extend it and to make profit. All that was in the 80s, destroyed our neighborhoods throughout all the 5 boroughs. If you had somebody that didn't smoke cigarettes or something like that, they didn't use no drugs. And if you knew that they didn't use it and somebody tried to offer them, you always told them, you don't touch that person. We all had touch on some type of drug or whatever. But when it came into the 90s, that's when things changed. The music changed. That was the rap. Because the rap of the 80s was different from the rap of the 90s. You got your Ice Cubes and everything. That's when it started going into gangster rap. And things started getting real bad. And all of a sudden, it was East Coast against West Coast. The sabotage we did to ourselves because we fed into it. But those of us that love both or whichever didn't make it no difference. And at the same time, like I said, I'm from Jamaica. I'm still listening to my music from Jamaica. I got my cousin sending me music over, and then you had that incorporated in a little bit, and then the music, the reggae started to change. Went from nice calypso, even though we would still listen to our calypso because of our mothers and our fathers and our grandparents, because they listened to calypso. And it was still played in the house, even though they were still the old music, we still enjoyed it, which kind of kept you grounded. And if your grandmother got her hands on you, you got yourself back in order.
So sis, just to jump in here, right? The what you saying at the end of the day is that are you getting at the fact that the us taking drugs is what did it? Music.
It
'Cause I hear a
was a
couple different things.
combination of a lot of things. It was systematically done. They first took prayer out of the school because you got to keep. I don't know how old a lot of you are, but in the 70s, in the church, the Ten Commandments was taught. I know this for a fact because I learned it.
So
That
I'm
was
not.
the
Let me
70s.
let me say this, sis, real quick. I ain't disagreeing with you that all that was done,
Mhm,
right? But what part of it did
mhm.
we do to ourselves? Because I agree, right?
Oh,
Crack was putting out to our
oh, what
community. The
we
rap
do to
music was put in
ourselves?
our community. Yeah, that's the part
Yes.
we really want to focus on. Because if
Okay.
all of that was
I can
done,
I can
right?
I can keep up. Yes, that's the
Yeah,
90s. We
yeah,
talking 96, 97, 98, OPP. Do you know me? You understand? Do you remember that song?
yeah. I know that song.
All right. That's when everything started to get where we started to sabotage ourselves because the music changed, the information changed, thought process changed. Mothers didn't want the father in the house because they were all messed up in their head because they were stuck on Janet Jackson. Let's get back to that. You remember the song? You gotta have a J. No. That was Mary J. Blige. You gotta have a J.O.B. to be with me. The music is
Yep,
what
I know that
helped to
too.
change us. Right. And Janet Jackson had a song too. I can't even remember it right now, but
So
I'll
so
probably remember it later.
so sis, would you say we were sinning before that point though?
We were sinning way before that.
So that
But
is that
when we
self
were trying to
sabotage
get
or
ourselves together, because from what I understood from my father and a lot of my great uncles and great aunts, who is now way been gone, more than 30 years. You understand? They tried to keep what was information of how we were supposed to be. And every time that we tried to get ourselves together, where at the time where we could still unite,
hmm
there was always something thrown into the wrench, because the one thing that was always added was everybody can be saved. And you would bring other outsiders that was not a part of your group into your group, thinking that they would help to substantiate your claim, and not realize that you was saying your cause but fighting for their cause. And when it came down to it, they were the ones in top, and they was the ones that accelerated
so
off of our own backs.
so I agree.
Still
Look,
to
I
this day.
agree to that was done to us, right? I think the part we're really trying to get at is what are we doing that's creating the issue? Because yeah, that was done, but would you say there was a choice made in taking the drugs or listening to the music?
There was,
Okay.
and at the same time there wasn't, because it was made to become the norm,
No,
because it was on the radio.
hey,
It was something that was information you were
hey,
speaking with your
sis,
friends.
Anne Marie,
Yes,
how you doing, sis? Shalom.
still on.
I come out of the same era. I did not grow up in New York. Eventually, I ended up being up there for a while, but I'm from Texas, and the exact
All
same
right.
thing, in the exact same era, and the exact same
Yeah.
time periods you name, happened in Dallas as it happened in New York. I
Yes.
remember vividly 1981, 82, the crack epidemic coming in, and everything changed. But
Hmm.
what he's asking you, give me real quick, give me Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11. Let me show you the self
Oh,
sabotage. Let me show you the
yeah.
self sabotage, sis. Because it
Yeah.
was self sabotage, and it was. I understand why you say that yes, it was, but no, it wasn't, right? Like the going both ways, because they put something out there that dangled
They dangled something in front of us that made us bite, right? But
Better
as
than
you
a
said,
carrot.
but we were
Yes.
already building up. We were always in sin, and we were already building up to it. So the Most High allowed us to be taken by our lusts, by our desires. What
Yes.
happened though in the community was those that used to police the community, meaning our elders, our grown folks, they then began to give in to their lusts as well, and it allowed us as younger people to begin to go further, even further than they did, because there was nobody there to stop us or correct us no more. Give me that real quick. Ecclesiastes 8 and 11.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 8 and verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily.
So now let's look at it.
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
sentence against an evil work. What was that evil work? Drugs in the community.
Drugs.
There
Yes.
used to be a time when you had to go to a certain part of the community, a certain house, or a certain area to use your drugs. Everybody knew that you was using them, but you couldn't be
Hmm.
just all over the streets. You
Yeah,
couldn't be
exactly.
in everybody's yard doing your drugs. No, you had to go
Hmm.
down to, you had to go down to Finger James's house. You had to go down to Snow's house. Like you had certain houses and certain places that people knew that you would go. But then come 82, crack spread so fast. Like you said, it went from freebasing to crack, and it spread so fast that now
Hmm.
everybody was just getting crack everywhere.
Hmm.
And the same woman that used to be your babysitter
Hmm.
was now the crackhead using the crack, and she was no longer available to watch you. So now it was kids watching kids. And
Yeah.
that's because there was nobody, because a sentence was not, because there was no, read that again.
Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily.
So, because there was no punishment, nobody there to police or be a hedge or a fence for the actions that we began taking behind them, read.
Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
And we, as the young children, remember the Bible says that foolishness is bound in the mind of a child. So, as our elders, as the people older than us began to go off into crack, then we began to explore everything we could explore. And then some of us had to begin to defend for ourselves. We had to find our own food sources. We had to find our own ways of making money to be able to get clothes and shoes, because now mom, auntie, grandma, all of them are high as hell. Nobody's there. So because there was no judgment like it used to be quickly, then our minds were fully set to do evil. And that was the self-sabotage, sis. That was the self sabotage. There was no more discipline in our communities. And we, as young people, did not know how to discipline ourselves. And we knew right from wrong, but we went for our lust because we saw those above us go for their lust. So we sabotaged ourselves. I mean, my mic.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna move on. We're gonna go to M Betty.
Good morning. This is slightly off topic. I had a question from a couple of days ago. I, I used to pay my tithe. I stopped paying it because I'm having, my check is not. So, what is your opinion on the tithes? I have different opinions. They were saying something about the Levites, and basically that's it. What is your input on the tithes, the 10%?
Trace. You want to deal with that, Dallas?
Yeah, I can deal with it. Uh, Sis, you said, what is our opinion on tithes?
Yeah, I mean, I stopped paying. I mean, in my church they
Very
still pay, but then my money's kind of
well. Did you,
not too great.
right, but did you stop paying just because your money isn't great, or you stop paying because you know you're not supposed to do it?
Oh, because of the money, and then like I kind of fell away from the church, so too. I guess both were and I wanted to pay tithes again, but I'm having some financial difficulties. I have to
Yeah.
pay most of the rent and stuff.
Understood. So let me show you something. Good. And this is going to sound crazy as hell, but good. I'm glad you went through some, or you're going through some financial stuff, so you're not able
to continue giving your money. I'm glad that that happened because there had to be something that fell in the way that would make you or force you to change your actions. All right. First, let's look at tithes. Deuteronomy chapter 14, read verse 22. We're going to go straight to the source of where it is. Okay.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, chapter
No.
14 and verse 22.
Uh huh.
Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bringeth forth year by year.
So this is the law on tithing. We go back to the book of Deuteronomy. This is what Moses was given, right? So it says that we shall truly tithe all the increase of the seed that the field bringeth forth year by year. This field is not talking about the workforce or the work field. This field is talking about an actual field, a piece of land that you put seeds in the ground and you begin to grow crops. Okay? So tithe means a tenth. That goes back into the book of Genesis where Abraham gave a tenth of all of the spoils to Melchizedek. So tithe and tenth is the exact same word. So it says, you shall truly give 1/10 of the increase of thy seed that the field bringeth forth year by year. Go ahead.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there.
Now, let me ask you, sis, when you were paying your tithe to the church, did you eat it?
Oh no.
No.
You
So
cash.
here it's saying that you're supposed to eat this tithe. Read that again.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God
Hmm.
in the place which he shall choose to place his name there.
So let's see. What is the place that he shall choose to place his name there? Give me what is Second Chronicles 6:6? First Chronicles 6:6.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you know what I want. So sis, so it says the tithe was supposed to be eaten in the place that God chose to put his name there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see what this place is. And we both agree that we never ate no tithes in the church, right?
Yeah.
The book of Second Chronicles, chapter 6 and verse 6.
Hmm.
But I have chosen Jerusalem, that
Chosen
my
where?
name might be there.
Where did he choose?
But I have chosen Jerusalem,
Hmm.
that my name might be there.
So the place that was chosen, sis, is Jerusalem. Are we in Jerusalem or do we have access to Jerusalem today?
No.
No. So we were supposed to eat the tithe, which was a tenth of what came out of our fields, and we were supposed to take this and partake of it in Jerusalem. Let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 14.
The book of
Read 23
Deuteronomy,
again.
yes, sir. Chapter 14 and verse 23.
Hmm.
And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there.
Hmm.
The tithe of thy corn,
So the tenth of your corn, which comes out of where, sis? Out of the field, right?
Yeah.
So the tenth of your corn,
of thy wine,
a tenth of your wine, which you get from the grapes that you planted in the field, and then you squashed them and you made wine. So a tenth of your wine, read,
and of thine oil,
and of the oil, your palm seed oils, or the different oils that you might make from whatever seeds you had. So a tenth of your olive oil, read,
and the firstling of thy herds and of thy flocks,
and the firstlings of your herds and flocks, meaning of your sheep, your goats, your lambs, your cattle. You gave 1/10 of that. And you had to take it to Jerusalem, the place that God chose to place his name there. Read.
that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God always.
And you learn to fear the Lord thy God always by keeping the commandments, because that was used to then be provided for the widows and for the fatherless. Okay, read.
And if the way be too long for thee,
So then, if the way be too long, so what he's saying is, right now, I don't know where you live, but let's say you live in Orlando, and the place that we're supposed to take it is Jerusalem. Are you able to take a tenth of all of your seeds, oil, animals, and so forth from where you live to Jerusalem?
No.
No. Is there a temple in Jerusalem right now? Do we have a temple?
Do we have a temple to us? I don't think so.
Okay, that was the temple was destroyed in 70 AD by the Romans. So we don't have the temple there. What else was destroyed in 70 AD? The Levitical priesthood went away, sis. And this is a Levitical law. This is a law that was given to us under the Levitical priesthood to provide to them so that the priests could eat, the fatherless could eat, and the widows could eat. Okay? So we had to take a tenth of everything that we were blessed with there, and it was for them, and we would partake of it with them at that time. Go ahead and read.
And if the way be too long for thee,
Mm-hmm.
so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee,
Uh-huh.
which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there,
Read.
when the Lord thy God hath blessed thee, then thou shalt then shalt thou turn it into money.
So we would take all of the things that we got from our field, our animals, our oils, and all of that. We would take it to a place and we would take it, or if it was too much for us to take to that place, then we had to sell it in the land that we were in, and we would take that money and we would go to the place that God told us to go to. Let's see what we did with the money. Do you think we gave it to the priest? Let's see what the Bible says. Read.
Then shalt thou turn it into money,
Uh-huh.
and bind up the money in thine hand,
Mm-hmm.
and shall go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou
Jerusalem.
shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusteth after.
So, sis, we didn't take that money and put it in the priest's hand. We would then bestow it, meaning we would use it to purchase whatever things our soul lusted after. Why? Because it was a time that we were about to sit down and eat. Read.
For oxen, or for
Oxen,
sheep,
sheep,
or for wine,
uh-huh,
or for strong drink,
at yak, go ahead,
or for whatsoever thy soul desireth.
uh-huh.
And thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household.
So, sis, when did it say here that we put 10% of what we had in the palms of a pastor?
No, it didn't say that.
It didn't say that at all, sis, because tithing was never giving money to the priest. It was about providing food. I'll show you why. First, give me Deuteronomy chapter 26, verse 12.
Deuteronomy chapter 26 and verse 12.
Uh-huh.
When thou hast made an end of tithing all the tithes of thine increase the third year.
What year?
The third year.
So, sis, the tithe only took place every 3 years. It was not every Sunday. And it was never on Sunday because Sunday was not the Sabbath, nor the time that was chosen to do it. Tithing has never been money. So the tribulation that you're going through financially was perfect because it keeps you from going against what God has commanded you to do. Now, last one, give me Malachi. You know what I want? Malachi chapter 3. I mean, and there's many more that could be brought out, sis, but I mean, I won't exhaust the point. But it was never money that was placed in the hands of a pastor or the priest, sis. That's not what tithing was. Malachi chapter 3, give me verse number 8.
The book of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 8.
Uh-huh.
Will a man rob God?
And that's what the pastors ask you, right, sis? Will a man rob God? They say you robbing God because you won't give them 10% of your income that you can't afford to give them every week. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yet ye have robbed me.
Let's see how they rob God. Go ahead.
But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee?
Mm-hmm.
In tithes and
So
offerings.
some people were robbing God in tithes and in offerings. Let's see. Read.
Ye are cursed with a curse,
Mm-hmm.
for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation.
Read.
Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house.
Mm-hmm.
And prove me now herewith, said the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that
Hmm.
there shall not be room enough to receive it.
So a blessing was poured out for paying the tithes. But notice it says that those tithes were put in the storehouse. That means it was food, sis, that was used to feed the priests, the fatherless, and the widows. Verse 11.
And I will rebuke the devourer for your sakes,
Hmm.
and he shall not destroy the fruits of your ground. Neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, said the
Hmm.
Lord of hosts.
So God would make sure that if we were paying our tithes as commanded in Deuteronomy chapter 24, that he would make sure that he opened the windows of heaven every year so that it rained, so that our crops and our animals and all of our food was healthy and plenteous, so that we could make sure to take care of those and provide for those that didn't have. That's what tithing was, sis. Now, when you go into the New Testament, now under Christ, it is no longer called tithing, it is called alms, ALMS. Alms is a free will offering that you can give based on what you're able to give. You give according to your strength. So there should be no guilt of not being able to give 10%. You give according to your strength, and that goes into your works as well. Does that answer your question, sis?
Yeah, thank you very much for your time.
You're very welcome, sis. I mute my mic.
All praise to the Most High. All right, let's go on to 1K Go 5. What you got on the topic? All right. Hey, come off mute if you did. All right, man. Nobody want to come up. We probably gonna get ready. Go ahead and wrap it up.
Hey, Wes, can
About
I add something to add to the topic?
okay. What you want to say?
Um, well, it's going all the way back to what AO was saying, and I was thinking about something. I was thinking about how we really self sabotage ourselves in the body by putting ourselves out there. You know what I'm saying? Like um, even with my own family, like I can't trust them if even though I love them dearly, but I can't trust them if they not in this truth. You know what I'm saying? Because that they may give me up because I was trying to save them. You get what I'm saying? So really, I'm self sabotaging myself, even at work. You know what I'm saying? I go to work and I'm trying to tell these brothers about, you know what I'm saying, the truth. You feel me? But um they they go and they telling the boss, oh yeah, this and that, he is real and he this and he that, you know what I'm saying? But then at the end of the day, I'm be mad at them like, damn, look at these niggas. But I really self sabotage myself by opening my mouth and not examining these folks, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like the people who is for, they gonna gravitate to it anyway. You know what I'm saying? They gonna you ain't gotta say much. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I was just my little add on because I was thinking about what AO had said earlier that we that's how we really self sabotaging ourselves. You know what
No,
I'm
you
saying?
right. At the end of the day, the actions that you do speak louder than going to your job and telling everybody you're Israelite. They're gonna be able to look at your actions and learn from that. Right, real quick. First Thessalonians 4:11. The book, First Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 11. And that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business
and to work with your own hands as we commanded you.
So when Paul was first teaching the people in Thessalonica, he told them, "Hey, do what you learn first, right, and be quiet." Because too often we go running our mouths and not realize we actually damage more people that way. Because we don't know how to explain half the stuff we trying to tell people. We run and tell everybody, "Hey, Ma, this is what the Bible say," and then she asks a question. You like, I can't really answer that question. Or brother asks, "Hey, what about this?" You can't really answer that question. So the best thing for you to do is learn and then let your actions speak rather than opening your mouth, explaining something halfway, and then somebody asks a question and you're not able to answer it. So yeah, that's definitely a form of self sabotage, even in the body. So I'm with you. I'm with you. Any moderators want to bring out anything before we wrap it up? All right, we'll read this real quick. Um, let's read Proverbs 4 and verse 23.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 4, and verse 23. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life.
So the Bible says to keep your mind, protect your mind with all diligence. Be diligent about what you allow in your mind, what you allow to influence you, and that's a big thing we've been hearing tonight. There's a lot of influences that have been pushing us to go against what God said. So we gotta remember, study, 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 pray, apply. Because if not, we're gonna allow everything in this world to push us off. A lot of the evil we see, go to Jeremiah 6:19, is because we didn't follow what God told us to follow. Instead of following what God told us to follow, we followed our own mind. We followed the influences in our community. We follow black culture, all these different things, and they've led to our destruction. So Jeremiah 6:19.
Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 19. Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened unto my words, nor to
So
my law, but rejected it.
So God said He would bring evil upon us because we never listened to His Lord. We thought we had a better solution. We thought we had a better way of doing things, and that's self sabotage. That's our biggest form. Is that we, instead of listening to what God told us to do, we make up our own suggestion, our own solutions for things. Right? We make up our own way of thinking, and therefore it creates problem after problem after problem. So we got to turn back to God and follow what He says. Last one, Sirach 32 and verse 17.
The book of Sirach, chapter 32, verse 17. A sinful man will not be reproved, but findeth an excuse according to his will.
So as a nation, we don't want to be those people, right? Because part of us like to say, "Hey, man, uh, Esau did this to us," or "These are the things that happened to us." But the topic tonight was about, let's look at what we doing wrong and take accountability, right? Let's really examine all these aspects that are affecting us and say, what do we got to fix? So let's individually not be that sinful man who says, "Yo, I'm doing this because of the influences. I'm doing this because of what somebody else put in my community or what somebody else said to me." Yeah, we know that's damaging, but now we understand this Bible. It's time for us to all step up and no longer be excuse makers, right? Let's not make excuses according to our will. Let's go back and keep our mind in this law. So we'll wrap it up there. We're gonna go to Matthew 26 and we'll close it out. Remember, you can email us biblicalsmoke@gmail.com. The booklet is free. We got a free beginner booklet that we'll send out to you. Also, if you want information on a location closer, you can email us. Or if you just got questions, reach out to us on that email, right? It's pinned up at the top. Follow the moderators on the room. We'll be back on tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern. Um, and you can follow us on all social media platforms, Biblical Smoke, at Biblical Smoke. All right, let's read Matthew 26.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation.